One moment, please, everyone. さん、おはようございます。おはようございます。はい、皆さん、帰り、ようこそ。俺のベディオ。俺のベディオ。はい、ようこそ。この、この俺、この俺のビッグパスタストリームです。また帰ってきたな。さあ今日、俺たちは長い髪をかけます。でもまあ、つまらないけど仕方ない。仕方ない。だけど、終わりならゲームをしよう。ああ、そうそう。行きましょう。この紙のところへ。行くぞ。行くぞ。見つけるそのみまで trying なんででも So just let it go. Should I do? Oh, video disappeared. Ah. Alright guys, welcome back to the stream. Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we are... I just gotta get through this essay. No distractions. Just gotta do the essay. I'm like, it's Thursday. Is it Thursday? Yeah, it's Thursday. I did absolutely nothing on Monday. I did absolutely nothing on Tuesday. Wednesday I wrote the intro. Alright, I didn't even finish the intro yesterday. I wrote the anecdote. I wrote the attention grabber of the intro yesterday. So, yeah. Okay, today, so I need to check my email. Got a Gmail here. My $20 certificate has arrived. Wait, since when? Oh yeah, my $20 certificate. Yeah, I'm gonna star this. Where's the star? Oh, there it is. Okay. But yeah, guys, this is mainly just gonna be a essay writing stream. No games, no nothing. As much as I want to, I gotta get this done. Yesterday I said, oh yeah, I'm streaming for 7 hours. I'll just get the essay done. Or I can get the essay done in 7 hours, and I proceeded to do nothing. I wasted all 7 hours, so now... we actually have to do it. I actually have to do it. What we do. So let the monkey go to China day night. On the Breakwaters just came out. It came out about 49 minutes ago. And so it says there's one review, and it's from one of the beta testers. And then you scroll up the Steam page and it says all reviews. There are no user reviews. So if you're the only one who leaves a review on a game, then it counts it as no reviews. Their number is off. But yeah, Breakwaters is coming out. Or it just came out. So it's $20. I'm not gonna buy it yet. So, God, okay. So I'm hungry, right? But I don't want to leave the house. And, whatever. So there's, most of the things I have to eat are dairy. Like the shrimp scampi has a lot of garlic butter. And I have a buffalo mac and cheese that I can eat. So I was thinking like, oh, I have a coupon for Denny's. I'll just get Denny's delivery. I was telling you guys this yesterday. I was complaining about the whole like, oh, I have to tip, and why am I paying people, when some rich, when the head of the company is a multi-millionaire. Why am I paying the tip when you're not paying your employees? I was complaining about that whole thing. Anyway, so even if I don't tip, the food, with the minimum order of food that I can get using the coupon, plus delivery charges, it's gonna run me about $16. You guys might think, oh, $16 for like an Uber Eats, that's not that bad. And I am getting like a full like country steak with French fries and another side. And I'm also getting a second thing. I'm getting Denny's has like a value menu, and so my favorite thing off the value menu is a country biscuit. They have just, it's a big old biscuit, torn in half, and they pour country gravy on top, and that comes with scrambled eggs and hash browns. So I really like that, and that one's like $5. It's fantastic. I think for $5 that's a really good deal, because that'll actually fill me up. But yeah, so I got those two. Comes up to be $20. I get a half off coupon, but then with delivery charges it's like $16. So you guys might think, oh, $16, that's not that bad for Uber Eats. It's not, but I gotta put it in perspective. Breakwaters, the game that I've been waiting for a while, but that I'm still debating on whether I should buy it or not, is $20. So it's about the same price. So if I only had a $20 bill, like let's say I only have $20 in my bank account, do I spend that $20 on one Uber Eats meal, or do I spend it on an entire video game that I've been wanting to play? I only have one $20 bill. Do I spend it on, a game that I've been anticipating and I could probably get like 10 or 20 hours worth of enjoyment out of? Or do I spend it on getting an Uber Eats for lunch? For today's lunch. Mind you, as soon as I finish the Uber Eats, I'm not going to have it anymore. But the game, I'm going to be able to play this game today, tomorrow, next Wednesday. Like, this game can last forever for me. Or it can last a long time for me. Dismantle, that game that I got that I put 45 hours into and that I've been playing for the past 2 weeks or so. Instead of getting that, instead of being able to enjoy that game, I could have gotten one Uber Eats meal last Monday. So it really puts it in perspective of like, this is why I can't spend money on things. It's because it's like, okay, I have a limited amount of money, right? If I'm a millionaire, I don't care. I'd get Uber Eats every day, but I'm not. So I really have to consider, I have enough money for both, but the thing is, it's a waste. And I think about working, $16, that's like an hour and a half's worth of work. I'm gonna have to work an hour and a half more at a job in order to recuperate that cost of that one Uber Eats meal. And yeah, obviously if I'm raising a family and I gotta feed all 5 of us or whatever, then yeah, I'm gonna probably spend the money on food because it's a little more important. But if it's for just myself, I can be fine with, going to the kitchen, getting a Chef Boyardee and some chicken nuggets. So I don't need, you know, I don't need it. It'd just be a luxury. But the thing is, an Uber Eats isn't gonna, you know, it's gonna last me one meal. It's a big meal. I'll go to sleep happy tonight, but that's about it. It's only gonna last me one day for $16. You know, for the price of a full game. You know, whereas if I get the game instead, that's gonna last me, you know, 1 or 2 weeks of enjoyment. Anyway. So decisions. I'm not gonna get the Denny's based off of that logic alone. I'm not gonna get the Denny's. If I save the $16, that's $16 extra that can go towards next month's rent, which means that that's $16 more that I'll have in case of an emergency or just so that I don't have to work. If my bank account drains and I gotta get a job tomorrow, well, maybe I could put it off one more day because I saved that $16 and I'll use my food stamps to feed myself. And that's the thing. I'm not spending my money on food anyway because I have food stamps. So, because I don't have a job. So, that's the benefits of being poor, is they'll give you free money for it. Anyway. Yeah, so looking at this Breakwaters game on my screen right now, I'm thinking, man, okay, if I have to choose between this or one Denny's meal, then I should probably choose the Breakwaters game, to be honest. It does seem like it's in early access. It doesn't, from what I've read in the discussions for this game, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of content out. It's a 5-person indie development team. And they haven't added. There's a lot of lacking. It looks like they made the base game, but they haven't actually like added anything. Or they've like, looks like it's pretty like dry of features. Which is unfortunate. I mean, the game, I might get like 5 or 10 hours of enjoyment out of it, maybe. So, I've been looking forward to this game, so I'll probably buy it anyway. But see, here's the thing. $20. $20 for this, I can either get this, or I can get a bunch of actually finished PS5 games. Right now on the PlayStation Store, I have like $16 worth of games in my carts. I have the funds to purchase all of it. I just gotta pull the trigger. But I'm getting like 3 games out of that. Well, actually for $21, I'm getting 4. I'm getting Yakuza 0, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Little Nightmares, first one, and Oxenfree. So I'm getting 4 games with that $20. So I could either spend $20 there, or I could spend the $20 on one Breakwaters game. One Breakwaters boy. A dark story. That's right. Anyway. That's enough about that. I'm getting distracted. I went to my email because I needed to find. They have not shipped out my freaking PS5 yet, and so I can't put up the auction to sell my old one. There was a point where there was one shipment of PS5s from PlayStation Direct that didn't 18 stars expiring January 1st. And get like a coffee with that. But yeah, there was one shipment of what's it called? Of PS5s from the PlayStation Store that didn't ship. They didn't ship out the PS5 consoles, and they actually canceled people's orders. So I am really afraid that is going to happen. So I'm going to look this up. Preparing to ship. It says preparing to ship. So hopefully, it's preparing to ship. It says 1 to 3 business days it's going to take to ship. I need to make sure this is shipped out on the road before I can list my current PlayStation on auction. Because if this isn't, then they're like, oh, sorry, we're going to cancel your PS5 order. Then, I'm already selling this one, then I'm gonna be out both PlayStations. That's not gonna be good. Maybe I just shouldn't have bought this in the first place. What am I doing over here trying to resell stuff? Anyway. I gotta do Nando demo. It's just a little. It's just a little. So I have a $20 Best Buy reward. The PS5 Media Remote has 1,300 reviews. I'm popping in and out of my email and stuff like that, guys. So that's why I'm not screen sharing. I really thought this little guy was trivial, but I was so wrong. Provided you have HDMI linking all set up, this remote does it all. Turns my TV on separately if desired. Obviously the PS5 unit, and even controls the volume on my receiver. First time set up an initial 4K disc playback was a tad clunky, but after that it was a breeze. This comes in super useful so you can control media how you want. Within, save the juice in your game controllers rightfully for games. Gone are the days of accidentally bumping the game controller. Yeah. I just have the PS4 controller on my lap while I'm watching something, and I move in my chair and it falls down. Oh my god. When I would be watching Netflix on my PS4, I would adjust myself, and then the controller would fall down and onto the floor, and it falls down onto the floor, and it clicks one of the buttons, and it pulls the joystick, and all of a sudden it's exited me out of my video, and it's gone, and it's scrolled like all the way up the list because the joystick's been activated, and then the screen's still going crazy while I'm trying to fiddle around and try to get the remote. God, it's even worse on YouTube, because on YouTube, I'll exit out of my video, and then it won't let me go back to the video. I'll have to remember what video I was watching, like the specific title, because it's not going to be on my homepage, and I have to remember, and then I have to remember what timestamp in the video I was at. So, all because I accidentally knocked over my controller. My controller fell while I'm watching a video. The thing is, I had my headphones plugged into the controller, so, you know, me adjusting in my seat could pull the headphone cord and pull the controller off of the side table that I had. So even with a good setup, it wasn't perfect. Gone are the days of accidentally bumping the game controller. Yeah, I feel that. Thank you, Sony, for not only making this, but for releasing it day one as well. I tested the pre-populated function buttons too, like Disney Plus, and it took me directly to Disney Plus on the PS5, so I could instantly start enjoying the new episode of The Mandalorian. Geez, how old is this review? Oh, it's a year ago. This reads like a shill, to be honest. I used your great products, Sony, to enjoy such shows like The Mandalorian, only available on Disney Plus. The C with the circle around it. This guy, you can tell this guy's like being paid to leave, a good review or whatever. I'm getting a phone call, guys. Suspected spam caller. We'll have none of that. Amazing remote, perfect features. They're great, easy to use and set up, great button layout, clicky button feeling. Ooh, yeah, that's helpful. Shortcuts to certain apps at the bottom. Yeah, no, my three most used services on, actually the only three video apps that I've ever used on the PlayStation were YouTube, Netflix, and Disney Plus. So the fact that it has all three of the four buttons are those is like insanely convenient. There's a lot of anime on Netflix. One of the coolest remotes I've ever had. Wow, cool. God, guys, look at this. Cool. This is the coolest remote I've ever owned. Who would describe a TV remote as cool? It's so cool. You guys see the freaking the Mario movie announcement during the Nintendo Direct? And they're announcing who's gonna voice each of the characters in the Mario movie. And they're like, we got Chris Pratt to voice Mario. He's so cool. That's what the English translator in the Nintendo Direct said. Chris Pratt on Mario, he's so cool. I hate like all the popular actors who like everybody loves and who everybody thinks is like, oh, they're so cool and charismatic and stuff, like Chris Pratt, the guy who played Thor in the Marvel movies, Paul Rudd. Okay, Chris Pratt plays Guardians of the Galaxy, the guy from that. The dude from Thor, the dude who plays Thor, Paul Rudd, who plays Ant-Man, who is also from Marvel. Anyway, all of these actors who are like super popular, all these celebrities who are like super popular, and they're considered so cool, cool and charismatic and stuff like that. They're all attractive. They're all like insanely attractive. You can take somebody with Chris Pratt's, for example. You can take somebody with Chris Pratt's exact personality and exact like TV appearances and all that stuff, but they're not as attractive as Chris Pratt, and they won't be well liked. They won't be that popular. It's all based off attractiveness. In fact, for Chris Pratt, he's not even that exciting a person. He just makes appearances. And his character in Guardians of the Galaxy was this goofy, butt of the joke character. But he's just an attractive dude in real life, so that's why he's super popular. It's ridiculous. It's like the only thing that matters, that determines if you're cool or popular, is how attractive you are. So it's so stupid. Anyway, I could go on forever about that. One of the coolest remotes I've ever had. Very nice addition to your PS5. It's smaller than I expected, but it's big in what it can do. Oh my god, shut up. The one-touch buttons are nice. If you want to watch Netflix, just push the button, and within seconds you're at the menu. Seconds? It should be within milliseconds. If my TV's turned off, and I've just woken up this morning, I should be able to press the Netflix button, and then within 1 second, I'm watching my favorite shows. What is this multiple seconds that it takes? No, I don't think so. It has some buttons that aren't working yet, like the mic button on top, but will be a new feature in future updates. What, so they put a mic on the top, but they didn't make it work, and they're still programming it? It's so weird how technology can do that, because they have software updates, which just, changes how a program works, but then they have firmware updates, which actually changes the capabilities of the hardware that you're using. You can get a firmware update that pushes your machine to its limit, or that activates, that turns a certain part of your computer into a microphone, or things like that. There are firmware updates that actually change the physical hardware. It's so weird, because it's like, to alter the actual hardware, the physical pieces, don't you have to be there to do it? It's like if you could cook a recipe remotely, instead of being there in the kitchen cooking the recipe, you could be at your job, at your office, and you could program, and then something will just cook the recipe for you or whatever. That's what firmware updates are. It's so bizarre how they can change technology like that. So they do it with TVs as well. There are firmware updates that increase the capabilities of things, so they can make your technology better from their company offices. It's kind of weird. So the mic will be a new feature in future updates. Even what I say doesn't do it justice. Unless you have one and are holding in your hands, you won't realize how cool this remote is. I highly recommend it. Only thing I wish is that they would have made the buttons have the backlit feature so you could see it when there's little to no light. And there won't be, there's gonna be little to no light. The thing is, you can feel when you have a remote, you can feel it. So I can tell I'm on I'm on the arrows, because I can feel the up and down arrows and stuff. If I scroll all the way down, if I go to the side, I'm the channel and the volume and whatnot. And then, this thing only has 10 buttons on it, or it has the directional pad and then 10 buttons on it. So there's clear, the ones at the bottom are rectangular, and they're the different ones, and then above that is, in the middle is the play button, and on the left is the rewind, on the right is the fast forward. So you don't need to be able to see it. In fact, when you're playing a video game, you don't look down at the controller all the time, being like, oh, I need to press A, where's the A button? You're not doing that. You're just holding it. Same thing with the remote. All of these people post like identical pictures of the remote. What the frick? It's all like on the same black. Oh, that one's on a blue background. Oh. Okay, here's a 4-star review. PS5 remote is decent enough on paper. It's a remote that syncs to your PC, your PlayStation 5 and TV if it allows it. And really, as far as the remote is fine, has a few specific channel buttons, which work, but might not really be the stream choices. Some might personally choose to making the button useless. However, you plan to stream off your PS5 and don't want the controller battery used for non-gaming moments, is this the best device for you? Yeah, that's pretty much what I want. Oh my god, people are posting it in their hand? So small. It's like they have their hand, and it's like it's that long. So it's about that long. The whole remote is just that long. So it's so small. That's like half the size of my current of my actual TV remote. Oh my god, that's so small. What the frick? Yeah, that's from like here to here. Oh, that's such a small remote. So if I hold it like this, then my back, naturally, my palm is hanging off the edge, and then my index finger is gonna be at the very top of the remote. That's a really small remote. They could have made that a little bigger. They could have made it a little bigger. I'm probably just gonna hold on to it. I'm probably gonna squeeze it to death, honestly, like just naturally. One of the features it said is that I could use it to browse through the menu of I could use it to browse through the actual PlayStation menu with the arrow keys. That's what I want. So, because I browse the PlayStation Store a lot, but I don't like having to hold the whole controller while I'm just flicking through the games list. So. Sometimes I just got it on the PlayStation and I just want to watch shows or YouTube videos. So this is going to be perfect. Alright, cool. Add to cart. Yep, go to cart. Can I get it shipped to me for free? Free shipping. Hell yeah. Get it by Tuesday. Perfect. December 14th. Ah, whatever. Anyway, can I use my coupon? Sign in to get Best Buy points. Aren't I already signed in? Okay, here we go. Watashi tachi no story. Mata mata Suzukira haruka haruka nashimi ni kuma. Cool. So this remote is $32. That includes tax. But I have a $20 coupon. So it should come out to 12. Oh my god, yeah. I am Best Buy. Good, that password worked. Okay. Shipping it. Don't I already have my shipping information in here? I could get it tomorrow for $7. No, thank you. Continue to payment information. I hate this where I have to go through the checkout all the time before I can big pasta. I've spent $3,000 at Best Buy. $1 point per $1 purchase, and at 200 points I get a $20 coupon. Wow. So for every $1 that I spend, I get, what's that, about 10 cents back in reward points. Wait. No, it cost me 1,000. Wait, how many points did it cost me to get my certificate? It cost me 1,000 points to get my certificate. So I need to spend $1,000 in order to get 20 bucks back. So stupid. Wow, reach Elite Plus status by spending $3,500 this year. Who the fuck is gonna spend $3,500? I splurged. I got an entire gaming computer and the latest technology TV, and I still didn't hit $3,500. That's how much $3,500 is. Who's gonna go to Best Buy and spend $3,500? What the hell? Let's see something. Where is it? Didn't I open? Do 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 do. Oh, whoops! I shouldn't have closed that. Frick. Story. 笑顔の波からゆらゆら思い出。またまた。Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm Varktech. Yeah. Oh, it was Walmart canceling order. Or I think it was Walmart canceling orders. I don't know. I think I want a PSP. should play Dying Light. Sounds fun. I'm hungry. It's a reverse harem. Mata Suzuki Haruka Kanashimi Gumai Gumai Alright, just as under the mouth. My PS Direct order was delayed a few days. Ugh, great. Do I just sell my PS5 now in anticipation of me getting the PlayStation Direct version of the console? Is the music even playing for you guys? There's a cancel order button. What the? My orders, yeah. What the hell? Okay, it's under preparing to ship. So I was able to cancel my order yesterday, but now I'm not able to because it says preparing to ship. So if it actually ships out by tonight, then I'll list my PS5 on auction. Today's Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I'll do a 3-day auction on eBay for my PS5. Story. Mata mata tsuzukira karu kanashimi ni kumba. Wait, wasn't I? gonna order the remote. Everything depends on me. But I already was ways into the checkout process. Cool. My remote's only $11. Very nice. When does it expire? That's the 3 digits on the back. Boom. Perfect. Nope, I am not going to donate any money to the charity. Free shipping, get it by Tuesday. Perfect. That's my correct address. Place my order. You're saving $20 on your order today. Thank you for shopping with us. Your order will arrive by Tuesday. Fantastic. Alright. I need it. Ring ring. With an ever-increasing workload and no appreciation from his bosses, Bill finally decided to quit too. Many Americans face similar situations to Bill's. In a movement called the Great Resignation, people all across America have been quitting their jobs. My essay is going to be so convoluted. Oh my god. Whatever, I really don't care. Okay, what does she say for this? The research paper will need to be at least 6 pages long, not including the works cited. If you desire to go over 6 pages, please contact your instructor. No. The paper will be in MLA style for documenting of sources and formatting. Please refer to the resources located in the unit for assistance. Also, please do not hesitate to contact me with any questions. The instructor will provide guidance for the topic of this essay, blah blah blah. The paper will need to have a thesis to keep the paper focused and organized. Yeah. Include a visual aid such as a picture, graph, table, a chart, etc. in the research paper and give credit to the source of this visual aid. In the 6 pages that this assignment requires, the graph should take up no more than 1/2 of one of those pages, making this a 5.5 page of writing and a 0.5 page of visual aid. Alright, so I'll just put a graph of like people, an increase of people quitting their jobs or something, I don't know. This visual aid requirement is to be in compliance with state guidelines for the class. State guidelines? They never even mentioned adding a graph. The paper needs to have at least 4 outside sources. At least half of these sources you use need to be non-internet. That means library sources that are accessed online. Please refer to these for assistance. Yada yada. Okay, so it says the paper needs to have at least 4 outside sources. At least half of these sources need to be non-internet. So 4 outside sources, half of them non-internet. You would think 2 of each, 2 internet, 2 non-internet. But what if I do 6 sources? Half of 6 is 3. Does 3 of them now need to be non-internet? Doesn't make any sense. And besides, they had the whole you need to have 6 pages and it needs to have 4 sources and blah blah. But if I go to the rubric, the length is one of the categories. 10 out of 10 means that the paper is at least 6 full pages in length. 9 out of 10 is that the paper is at least 5 full pages. For 8 points, it needs to be 4 pages, and for 6 points, it's less than 4 full pages in length. So the thing is, I could write a 3-page essay. So for this 6-page paper, I could write a 3-page paper. I could only do 3 pages, and I'll only get docked 4 points for this out of 200. I'll only get docked 4 points. So it doesn't need to be, according to the rubric, it doesn't need to be 6 pages. And then for more importantly, for the works cited, or for the sources for the stupid research paper, 25 out of 25 points. Works cited includes at least 4 sources, at least 2 of which are scholarly, non-internet sources. But then I'm gonna lose, but then a 22 out of 25. So if I lose, so I can lose 3 points if I have 4 sources, but at least one of them is a scholarly, non-internet source. So I'm only going to be docked 3 points if I don't have any of that. And then 18 points out of 25 says works cited includes at least 3 sources, but they may not be scholarly, non-internet sources. There may also be significant errors in citations. So I could completely botch the whole works cited page, but as long as I include it. And I don't even, if I don't have any non-internet sources, then I'll lose, 7 points on the assignment. That's a 3% markdown. So I can still earn a 97% on this paper, which is an A+, even if I don't follow the instructions. In fact, if I made a 3, they want 4 sources, 2 of which are, scholarly, not internet, and they want it to be 6 pages long. Instead of that, if I made a 3-page paper with no non-internet sources, then I would lose. Then I could still earn a 95% on this paper. So I don't understand, they have this huge requirement, but then the rubric says, but then the rubric prevents me from suffering that many consequences if I don't follow the directions. In fact, they dock more points if I just have some grammatical errors in the essay. I'll probably be docked 3 points for that. I don't know how to word things properly. Okay, so I'll probably end up getting 5 or 6 pages out of this. The paper is written in correct MLA format with no errors. Yeah, that's an easy 10. Syntax errors, I'll probably be docked some points. In-text citations, I'll probably get that, considering that I've done MLA format before. Works cited, well, I'll include it, and if I have at least 1 source, then I'll get most of the point. If I have 4 sources and at least 1 of them is non-internet, then I'll get the points. Okay. So the bulk of the grade is going to be the intro and thesis, evidence and support, and organization. That's about half of the grade. So paper needs to The paper includes a complete introductory paragraph, ending in a solid thesis statement that clearly indicates the direction of the paper. Okay. Essay makes good use of evidence and research that clearly and logically supports each point. Summaries and quoted materials are seamlessly integrated into the text, and all cited material is relevant to the points of the essay. Okay. Essay is well organized with a logical process of a progression of ideas, smooth transitions from paragraph to paragraph, a strong introduction, and a solid conclusion. Okay, so that's just the organization of the paper. So this evidence and support category. So if I get all 40 points, then that means that I make good use of evidence and research that clearly and logically supports each point. Summaries and quoted material are seamlessly integrated into the text, yada yada. So if I go all the way to poor, essay lacks substantial and or effective evidence and research. Points are not well supported. But I still get half the points for that. In fact, I'll still get a C in this category if the evidence and research are minimal but mostly effective. So this is so stupid because if I do a piss poor job, they're still giving me at least they're giving me more than half of the possible points for each category if I do a piss poor job. A 3-page paper with MLA format errors, significant errors in grammar. I do not use proper in-text citations, fewer than 3 research sources. Essay has no real organization. Essay lacks substantial evidence, and the points aren't well supported, and I don't even have an introduction or thesis statement. So basically, I just write random words on the paper at that point. I write random words on the paper, just all in a row. No sentences, no grammatical structure or anything. I would get a poor in each category, and she would be forced to give me more than a 50% on this paper, just because I turned something in. I could do a 3-page paper. This is research paper. I could do half the requirements. I could do a 3-page paper with no research done, no reference to the non-existent research, grammatical errors galore, and nothing else, and still get an F on it. In fact, according to this rubric, I could not even do any research at all, and I could just insert my own opinions into the paper and make it 3 pages, and I'll still get a C on this grade, on this paper. I'll still get a passing grade on this paper because this rubric is so generous. This rubric is so generous. You absolutely flunk one of the categories, and they'll still give you more than half of the points for that category. I could be missing the introduction entirely, and they'll still give me half of the points for having the introduction, even though I don't have it. This rubric is so bad. Oh my god. As long as I literally do something, it doesn't matter how no effort, and it doesn't matter how much I don't follow instructions. As long as I put something on the paper, my teacher is forced to give me a decent grade. It's the same logic. It's the same logic as freaking, you guys know in high school now, they're forced to just make you graduate. You know, schools nowadays aren't allowed to fail their students. So you're not allowed to fail classes. And because the parents can sue the school. And so you're not allowed to fail classes. And so even if you do fuck all during school nowadays, then they'll still give you your high school diploma. It's so stupid. So it looks like college is the same thing. You just turn in something and they'll give you an A in the class. Like, no wonder people are getting their degrees left and right. No wonder all these idiots out here are still going to college and they go to party every day and they're still passing their classes. Because there's no requirements. You want an A+, yeah, you gotta put in some effort. But if you just want to pass the class, then you don't have to put in any effort. I could turn in a blank Word document and she'd still probably give me some credit for this assignment. that's how bad this rubric is. But yeah, fucking Zoomers have it so easy these days. You don't actually have to do anything in school and they'll still give you a passing grade. That's why I like working in the education system is really bad now. Because if, you're a teacher, let's say, and you have a student that's doing nothing and they don't care about class and they're not turning in any assignments, you as a teacher are not allowed to fail them in the class. Sure, you can keep them for detention and study hall and stuff like that throughout the year, to try to get them to work. But if if a kid absolutely refuses to do the work, you're not allowed to fail them in the class. This is, at least in California, this is pretty prevalent. California and like a lot of other states too. You're just not allowed to, basically, you guys know participation trophies, right? You play a sport, and no matter how much you suck at it, they'll still give you a trophy at the end of the season. As a thanks for playing sort of thing, and it'll be a big old trophy that has your name on it. A high school diploma is basically a participation trophy for having existed in high school. You don't even have to fucking go to high school. You don't even have to go to the high school. You just have to simply be enrolled, and they'll give you your diploma at the end of your 4 years. It doesn't matter what. So like with me, I didn't have to take any of these advanced classes. I didn't have to freaking pass any of my courses. I didn't have to stress out about math and English that I was failing. Because they would have given me the diploma anyway. So stupid. Even if they have the stupid requirements of like, like with me, English class, they were like, every senior student has to do this specific essay in order, and we won't let you graduate high school without doing it. If you really don't, they do that just to scare you. If you really don't do it, they'll find a way around it. And the thing is, with an essay like that, you could literally just, on a piece of paper, write the title, the essay, and your name in the upper right-hand corner, and turn that in. That's your whole essay. It's just a blank piece of paper that says the required essay on it. And you turn that in. Technically, you've done the essay, and so technically you can graduate high school now. Teachers can't fail you because high school diploma is a participation trophy. And on the off chance that they do fail you entirely, you can get your GED. And your GED, the GED test, was designed for illegal immigrants. It's designed for people who are too stupid to get through high school. It's literally a test designed for that. In fact, I know there are a lot of Mexicans here who get into the country illegally, but they have like their green card. Of course, they don't have a high school diploma. They were working in the farms in Mexico when they, ever since they were children, but they need their GED. They don't even speak English, and they're given an English copy of the GED, and they pass. You gotta think, how do they pass a test when they don't even know the language of it? Are they the most intelligent people ever? No, they aren't. Of fucking course they aren't. They're illegal immigrants. They're it's such a piss easy test. It's like I could probably close my eyes and fill in all the answers and still pass the test. That's how easy the test is. The standards are so low. You want your high school diploma or your GED equivalent? It doesn't... You don't need to do anything for it. You don't need to do anything to earn it. In fact, the GED is only for people who like seriously dropped out of high school, or people who didn't do high school and so they're older now. And oh, I gotta go back to school. They just take their test and then they're done. And that stupid GED will qualify you for anything. In fact, a lot of the certification programs that I've been looking at, the barrier of entry is just simply you need to be over the age of 18 and you need to have your high school diploma or your GED. That's it. That's it. You take one freaking test that's designed for monkeys and you pass it, and all of a sudden you can start a program that gets you into a high-paying job. So fucking high school's so useless. In fact, they're admitting that this whole entire school system that you go through from kindergarten to 12th grade has just been completely useless, because by the last year of high school, at graduation, they give you a participation trophy. They give you a participation trophy for, yay, you finished. And it just says high school diploma and your name on it. And that's all it's worth. It's not worth anything more than that. So, and then they're like, congratulations. Now you're an adult. Now you can go get a job. You take that participation trophy anywhere, and they're like, yeah, I see this participation trophy. Yeah, you did the high school, and then they'll hire you. Like McDonald's doesn't care how smart you are. Freaking, even these certification programs, they don't care how smart you are. You could become a freaking like electrician and train for that. And as long as you don't screw up, I mean, there are people with like a quarter of my intelligence who have higher paying jobs than I did, because you don't need to be smart to do anything. You don't need to be smart to finish high school. You don't need to be smart to pass a GED. And you don't need to be smart in order to work a job. Jobs and work is designed for the less intelligent, which is why a lot of people it's designed for idiots, which is why a lot of people are unsatisfied, because a lot of people are like me. They're a little more intelligent, they're a little more capable, and they're not able to find jobs that make use of their intellect. That's where you really suffer. The smarter you are, the more you don't relate to other people, and the more that you don't relate to other aspects of the world. In fact, there was an essay that I wrote, or there was like a scholarly document that I read, basically talking about how depression and suicide rates increase the smarter you are, and people with like a 130 or a 140 IQ are the most likely people to kill themselves, because they just simply can't fit in this world anymore, because the world is designed for idiots. The world is designed for people with half of their brain cells in their head who are able to do the task of monkeys. That's what the majority of this world is for. You go to a cubicle office job every day, 9 to 5. You're filling out spreadsheets on Excel. A monkey could do that. You could teach a monkey how to do that. You don't... It's like, you're gonna do that 8 hours a day for the rest of your life. That's not intelligent work. So because none of this is intelligent, you work at fucking the grocery store, and you're scanning items and you're putting them in the grocery bags the wrong way. You don't need to be intelligent for that. You don't need to be somebody who could ace your high school classes in order to get a job like that. And so because of that, they don't require you to ace your high school classes in order to get your diploma. They don't even require you to pass them. They just require you to say that you did it. That's all they require you to do. That's why special needs students get their high school diploma. That's why my mentally disabled sister got her high school diploma. She's a second grade reading level, and she can't keep up with the conversation, and they gave her a high school diploma. Because the requirements for being an adult, they don't exist. There are no requirements for being an adult. And so a high school diploma is a participation trophy. You know, my sister, they're just like, oh, good job, you got through the program, haha. She didn't have to spend any extra time. She wasn't taking high school classes. She wasn't writing essays or learning biology or, you know, doing advanced algebra or anything like that. She wasn't doing any of that. She was adding and subtracting, practicing sight words, and then, getting to have a break half the time while she was going through school. And because she served her 4 years, they gave her her diploma. That's what it is. It's a prison sentence. Well, that's all it is. You don't need to be smart in order to do it. You're not gonna fail high school. You can't fail high school. The thing is, even if you're at some like prestigious high school that actually has standards, if you fail all of that, you just enroll in a different high school. Like they'll just kick you out, and then they'll kick you out, and they'll be like, okay, or they won't kick you out. They'll basically say like, okay, you're obviously not, you're not capable of doing our program, so we're gonna put you at a different high school that can accommodate towards your needs. And by accommodate towards your needs, it's basically just they don't require anything of you. They put you in the dumb classes and you still fail them, and they're like, okay, fuck it, whatever. Senior year, you get your high school diploma. You fail all your classes, and they'll still give it to you. Because does it fucking matter? Doesn't matter what high school you graduated from. Doesn't matter what good grades you got. No, it doesn't. None of this matters. It doesn't matter if you failed every single class. In high school, you can still go out there and get a good job and become a millionaire. There are people who have dropped out of high school who are millionaires now. There are people who dropped out of high school and who were like clinically idiots, and they're doing like some of the most important trade jobs and getting really high wages. There are electricians out there who are making $45 an hour who never graduated high school. That's like double what I was making at my previous job. So it's like you don't need it. And the thing is, if they went back to high school, they would just be given the high school diploma. They wouldn't even need to be like, oh, you technically enrolled, just fill out a couple papers and then we'll just give it to you. It's so easy. It's so easy. You don't need to put in any effort. All the fucking effort that I put in when I was a kid was just so useless. It's so useless. All the stupid effort that I put in. I was so stressed out about that essay. Oh, I have to turn this in to graduate high school. I didn't know they were just saying that to scare me. I turned in my essay. The essay was due in April, okay? I graduated the end of June. I turned it in 2 days before graduation. I literally, the teacher is walking through the rows handing us our we're allowed to graduate papers that, they had officially, because my school had standards. And so as he passed by my desk, I was like, hey, I finally did my essay. And he didn't even look at me. He just grabbed it from my hand and just walked off. He was so pissed. Because the thing is, he had to pass me. I did fuck all in that class, and he still had to graduate me. He couldn't fail me. So it's such idiocy. But yeah, and then like with the math, I was stressing out because I was gonna get a D, and that's not in math, and that's not passing, so I had to do all this effort. And then senior year I had to fill out this paper, being like, oh yeah, what kind of grades did you get or whatever. If I had flunked all of my classes senior year, they would not have kept me from graduating. They probably would have, at worst, they would have just had me go through some summer program. program where they're like, okay, you technically need to make up the credits because we gotta look good. So, do that. It would have been like a 1 week thing. They don't require anything of you. High school's so freaking... My whole point is that nobody is denied their high school diploma. Nobody is denied their high school diploma, so... No matter how much you screw up, nobody's denied their high school diploma. Okay, I gotta start typing this essay, to be honest. In a movement called the Great Resignation, people all across America have been quitting their jobs. These people since the pandemic started, these people have become fed up with Since the pandemic started, these people have become fed up with poor working conditions at work. Just try so let the monkey konashira. If I finish this today, I'm gonna have my mom read it. God, I'm starving. Poor working conditions. Just try so let the monkey konashina hate nai that watashi tachi no story. Just try to let the monkey konashina hate nai that watashi tachi no story. Mata mata Suzuki de gare. Alright, just try to let the monkey konashina hate nai that watashi tachi no story. Mata mata Suzuki de haruka rukanashi mini kuba. Alright, just try to let I'm starving. Oh my gosh. Well, also thirsty. The convenient thing about this as a rhetorical tactic is that there is literally nothing you can post which will disprove the poster. No matter how hard you've tried, no matter how good your track record, he can always find some way that you should have tried harder or been better, no matter how unrealistic. Or when really pressed, he'll just state that you're lying about what you've tried. No poster like this has an actual standard of what's reasonable, or any line for where they might say you couldn't have tried any harder. Most of the time, they're not even that successful themselves, but they've landed a win on the roulette wheel a few times and fancy themselves experts. Their posts are of no value. Huh. We could carry that philosophy onto real life as well. If somebody's not listening to reason, where did I disappear? If somebody's not listening to reason, then there's no winning against them, and their very words hold no value. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back, guys. That's water. Gotta be back in 3 minutes, guys. Flip over my food. It's in the air fryer. Okay. Since the pandemic started, people have been fed up with poor working conditions at work. I would like it if my professor would actually grade the papers. Do it later. So I need to know what score. I need to know what score I'm getting on my informative essay. She marked me down 3 points on my persuasive essay. Support, key points, and explanations. She marked me off 2 points for that. And then she marked me off 1 point for grammatical errors. So, I don't know if that's like... Boo-doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Why does it open this in this small of a window? Punctuation goes inside the quotation. Okay, I'm just gonna follow. Shit! It's so loud. What the frick? Be right back, guys. She marked me down just for... Oh, that's why. Okay. So I lost some points on the persuasive essay. The persuasive essay being the one where I described about intermittent fasting. And my teacher says, you're providing almost as many bad things about fasting as you are good things. Remember that you're trying to persuade your audience. Good thing I didn't have my mom read this essay then, because I've been trying to persuade her to start intermittent fasting. But great conclusion. Oh, thanks. Wow, she actually like puts individual comments in the essay. She seems like a really easy grader though. Like she's being very lenient. I haven't actually read. Okay, there is feedback within this, okay. Sounds like it'll be an interesting topic and extremely relevant. This is really interesting, but you're going to have to really dig for some research. See if there are any academic articles available via Google Scholar and the college databases. Okay. Okay, to maintain employee retention, companies need to provide significantly better work conditions to their employees. Because why? You need to mention this main part of your paper in your thesis. Anyway, I gotta get my food. I'll be right back, guys. chicken nugs. Chicken nugs from the air fryer. Oh yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Cute, what are you doing? You're gonna have to you're gonna have to eat it, Kiwi. I'm gonna fix my mic. She's completely knocked down my mic. I give her a big cheap piece of chicken. Oh my god. She could just stand up on her hind legs. It's so cute. Aw. Guys, she's like a ferret. She's just like a ferret. Mmm. Mmm. I was thinking just about getting like, I don't know, mind. She really wants these. Vaktak! Wow. I was thinking about just like getting a entire like raw chicken. Just like cooking it in the slow cooker and like peeling it apart and stuff. And then I was gonna just like put it in Tupperware containers and then just bring one Tupperware container in here and then just like feed her the chicken. Okay, I was gonna look at this dude. Kiwi, what you doing? Do you want to sit here? You can. What the heck? No, I'm not gonna feed you anything. I don't. Why'd you come back over here? God, you're so adorable. she's just like, she was just staring off into the distance. I wasn't even like scratching her that hard, so she wasn't really enjoying it. She was just like kind of. Okay, well, I guess. Come over here. Oh, she's excited to come. Oh, okay. Bye bye again. Well, dead air. That's a good way to put it. This is really interesting, but you're gonna have to dig. You're gonna have to really dig for some research. See if there are any academic articles available via Google Scholar and college databases. Okay. My thesis statement. Because why? To maintain employee retention through the Great Resignation, companies need to provide significantly better work conditions to their employees. Because what? You need to mention this main part of your paper in your thesis? Wait a second. Dang it, I really wish I had seen this before. I hate the way that they structure this, but... What am I supposed to... what am I supposed to be doing? Why do I have to pick this shitty topic for myself? I really don't want to do this paper right now. But If I procrastinate any longer, then it's just not going to get done ever. What? Finland's prime minister is 36 years old, went out clubbing till 4 in the morning, left her work phone at home, and was therefore unable to get a text telling her she needed to quarantine after being in contact with a COVID patient. What the fuck? Why is Finland's prime minister somebody who goes out clubbing? What the frick? Like, how unprofessional do you have to be? Oh, I like bopping my head and dancing to the club music, surrounded by a bunch of drunks. Better elect me for president. What the frick? Vascutuck, alright. I really utilized my example well. Yada yada. Alright. I'm viewing like all the feedback on my papers. Because I didn't know how to view feedback on my papers before. Why? Why do you have to get a divorce? Can't things just be the same? Can't things just be the same as they've always been? I asked. Worry and anxiety started to settle in as my mind began to process what exactly my mother was saying and what consequence it would have on my life. No, the divorce is necessary. I can't stay with your father any longer. You're just gonna have to get used to it, my mother replied, in a more stern manner than before. Unable to handle the news about their divorce, I rushed to my room, tears starting to well up in my eyes. I couldn't believe this. My entire life was going to change. I loved both my parents, but now one was taking me away from the other. My parents' marriage had never been the best, and they had gone years without speaking to each other, but that never really bothered me. However, this change was too much. Having to come home and not have both my parents be there was too much for me. Even if I got to visit my father on certain days of the week, it just wouldn't be the same. Boo-hoo, cry me a river. Great conclusion. You thread your main idea from the intro to your conclusion extremely well. It was then that I knew that even if things were tough, I could get through it all. This new part of my life would be a struggle, but I'll be able to handle it now. I was now comforted by the fact that even though I wouldn't get to see him as much as I'd like, if I ever needed my father in my life, he was only a phone call away. Ah, how sad. How tear-wrenchingly sad. Whoopie do, I write good essays. I should have feedback on this too. Title of magazine should be in italics. Oh my god. I will say though, There are safety precautions taken on other sets by other actors who know to check the gun before they go out onto the set. It's something other actors have been pretty open about. Isn't Alex Baldwin a producer for this movie? Wow. That was something that she actually knew about. Maybe I shouldn't have wrote about that. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh my god. I'm sorry guys, it's probably pretty boring just sitting here watching me look at the computer screen. I can't share like any of this stuff because it contains personal information, but or I'm constantly tabbing in and out of things that have personal information in them, so. Okay. This stupid, like... What the hell? Because why? What do you mean because why? You need to mention this part of your paper in your thesis? So can I just copy paste this entire thing? Namely, I will address the points of. A weird way for me to put it. I mean, can I just copy paste? Did my order ship out? God, okay. Best Buy, we received your order. Thanks for your order on 12/9. Oh, today's 12/9. I'll get it by 12/14. I want to play tabletop games with people. That sounds fun. Preparing to ship. It's been preparing to ship for the past full day. I heard reports about people like getting like a defective PS5 and then they ship it out to get fixed, and then they receive it back and it's like broken, or it was like damaged in shipping. There's like a whole bunch of dents in the box and everything like that, so I can't imagine. Like everybody in the shipping departments are just like, you know, they get a box and they're just what? Doesn't matter if it's like, you know, a blanket in there or if it's like $1,000 computer. They just blah, toss it all the way across the facility. That's what they do with like luggage on an airplane too. It's because they don't pay these people enough to care. If one of the standards for hiring package handlers was you need to be careful with the package, and they're like, you know, if you're careful with the package, we'll give you like $5 an hour more than what you're currently making, then people would be careful with the packages. But no, it's low wages and tight deadlines, which means that the workers don't care. You know, they overwork themselves and they care more about speed than quality. So I might get free shipping on my order because the package handlers don't get paid that much. But that free shipping comes at a cost of the male people damaging my package. I don't want this fucking paper. Not stupid enough to get special treatment, not normal enough to fit in. Shucks. Oh yeah, guys, my Amazon package came. Can't open it. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh yeah, guys. Check it. Nathan for You. Oh yeah, the complete series, all 4 seasons. Even if you don't own a DVD player, it's still a nice box. It is a nice box. It is a nice box. Wait, is this on Paramount Plus? Oh my god, could I have just watched it for free? Yeah, I could have just watched it on Paramount Plus for free. Fuck. I didn't have to spend 26 bucks on this. Because my mom has Paramount Plus. Oh my god. Can I... Does it stream in 4K on Paramount Plus? Or at least in Blu-ray? He looks so bored. You must be a Paramount Plus subscriber in the US to stream this video. Oof. If you're in another country, you're not allowed to watch. They've really hammered down the advertising for this. I found Nathan for You, or I found Nathan Fielder like a long time ago, but the thing is, he had this show, and the thing is, Comedy Central, they post clips of it, but they won't post entire episodes. They'll post like 7 to 9 minute clips of the episode on there. On YouTube, and so you won't ever get the full episode. So you won't ever get the full episode of the show, and so you don't know like what happens next in the episode, because it's like this convoluted idea. So you're basically just watching half of an episode on YouTube, or a third of an episode at a time. So they really they give you really funny clips of this, but at the same time they keep just enough away from you to where you're like forced to buy it. So. And people will stream this on Paramount Plus or on Hulu or whatever, but I want to own the physical box set, because these are the kind of things where you can actually go back to any episode and just rewatch it. So I want to be able to do that. So I thought it was only on Hulu, so I was like, oh, I'm not gonna get Hulu for a month, and just to watch this and then be done with it. So I don't want to go through that trouble. But yeah, it's on Paramount Plus, and for some reason my mom has Paramount Plus. So whenever she gets a subscription like that, she typically has it like indefinitely. So like the Netflix subscription that I have, it's gonna be there forever. I can pretty much rely on that. So same with Disney Plus, because she just doesn't turn it off. Writer, director, and comedian Nathan Fielder also has a business degree, and he combines that knowledge with his unusual life experiences to help struggling small businesses boost their sales. However, Fielder's marketing campaigns for each business can best be described as unorthodox, to the point where no traditional sales consultant would ever attempt what he does. Episodes in this docu-reality comedy include Fielder. Kiwi, what are you doing? Do you want attention? What are you doing? Do you want to go or what? Okay. She just want to go out. She scratched the door. Like she wanted to go out. And she's not going out. Episodes in this docu-reality comedy include Fielder creating a distinctly smelling flavor for a yogurt shop, devising a plan for a pizzeria to guarantee delivery in 8 minutes or less, and finding a way for a gas station to charge less than $2 a gallon and still be successful. They really don't advertise that well, honestly. Keep getting notifications on my phone. Oh yeah, they're doing the Mighty Millions raffle again, I think. they doing this again? Doesn't look like they're doing this again. Kiwi. Oh, so, another thing I wanted to talk about on stream. Elon Musk is getting further with their research on like brain computer chips, so they can put computer chips into people's brains now. They haven't tested it on a real person yet. They're saying that maybe next year they're gonna test it on a real human being, but yeah, basically anybody with like spinal injuries or like, you know, quadriplegics or whatever. And they also said people with neurological disorders, they'll all benefit. They'll get the computer chip put. They can get the computer chip put in their brain, and then that'll help them like restore movement to their body and things like that. So being able to you know, control like their arms and legs with their mind and whatnot. So I guess it like attaches to the nerves. It attaches to like your brain's nervous system, and it's able to like automatically like make you be able to, because you guys know how you can like move your arms and legs just automatically, and you don't even like, you don't think about the process of moving it, you just do it automatically. So the computer chip should be able to mimic that behavior because it's gonna get into your actual nervous system. So that'll be cool. So for people with like neurological disabilities or like disabilities where it's the brain preventing you from being able to move parts of your body, then the computer chip should be able to tackle that. And then if it can tackle that, it can tackle other things too, like being able to control what your brain does, like how it affects your body and stuff. So that'd be cool. So yeah, that's coming in the future. So it seems like, oh, it's a scary future, and you know, the thing could get hacked and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, for people with like diseases or disabilities or things like that, then it seems like a really good prospect. So. Am I actually a Zoomer? I don't think so. Please don't misgender me. God, oh my God. I need to start shopping for Christmas presents. I don't know what I'm gonna give my family. I give them this. Just because it's what I have right now. We were all gonna go 3 ways on a new Switch, but they're out of stock everywhere. Oops. That's still playing. What did she say? You need to mention this main part of your paper in your thesis. What does she mean by that? It's too late to fucking contact her. What the hell? Hi, Ron Paul memes. Check out this avatar we made for you. Thanks, Reddit. Yeah, whatever, man. I don't really care. A free gift. Oh boy. Open it. It's easy. It's the helpful award. Go forth an award. Okay. Men who vape are 2 times more likely to suffer from erectile dysfunction compared to those that don't. What a statistic. Uh, Alright, well, I have this stupid reward, so... time to find a post that will get no traction and give the reward to them. 24 US PC Gaming. Looking for more to add to our group. It's already people in it. 25 GMT PC, looking for people to stream with. Well, they're a streamer. Why is everybody who's posting on here in GMT right now? Sometimes a bit awkward, but once you get to know me, I tend to be irrelevant, sarcastic, but warm-hearted. Yeah, this 30-year-old isn't gonna get any attention for that. He's too genuine. So let's give him the helpful award. There we go, I did it. I earned 25 awarder karma, and this guy's probably gonna look at the post, think that why did somebody give me an award on my trying to make friends post? Realize that it's a weird reward to give a post on here because it wasn't particularly helpful. Oh shit, did I give it anonymously? Oh crap, I don't think I gave it anonymously. Nah, whatever. He's probably gonna message me thanking me for the award. Oh well. I like how there's a subreddit for, or there's you know, online communities for trying to find friends. And then there's also a website where you can just buy friends to hang out with you. So it's like if you don't have any success finding friends for free, then you can just pay money for them. Holy shit, I refreshed the Breakwater Steam page Reviews are mostly negative. FPS is very wonky, no option for keybinds. Kinda disappointed that I waited so long for this release to give me sickness with the movements. Oh, motion sickness in this game. Laggy and choppy, FPS issues, no matter your PC specs, plus motion sickness. Oh, there's motion sickness? Really? Oh, because it's laggy. I was able to make the camera not move so quickly by adjusting the settings, but I still feel like there's a bobbing effect when I move. I get how other people complain about motion sickness, but I don't feel it. Dude, I'll get motion sickness from playing like Skyrim. So if people are even hinting at the fact that there's motion sickness, I don't get motion sick, but what it does is like the weird movements, like if it's not natural in a video game, then I'll get a headache from it. I think my mind and like my eyes are trying to process it too much. The game is very beautiful and runs okay with me, but I have the most expensive graphics card on the market. Okay. The FPS is still about 45 most of the time. Oh jeez. Yeah, that's really bad. He has the best graphics card he has the $1,000 graphics card, and he's not even getting 60 frames a second. It's really bad. Music is very nice, and the water and plant life look beautiful at night. I can understand wanting to wait if you don't have high-end hardware, but my experience isn't nearly as negative as many of the reviewers suggest. I think performance issues will be addressed, and this will blossom into a great game. I'd recommend, but with an asterisk. If you have good hardware and are willing to accept it's a little rough in some areas right now, then you won't be disappointed. But if your hardware isn't top notch and you want Valheim levels of quality out the gate, then you'll likely be disappointed. Dude, Valheim released in early access, and it's a hell of a lot better than this. Why does this game have these issues? Why didn't they fix this issue first before making any other content? That's kind of the base thing, is you make a game, you don't even make it, you just make the skeleton of it, and you make sure the skeleton works before you add additional content. Why would you frost a cake that's just gonna cave in on itself, you know? That's too bad. Hope it improves. I think the hype and expectation are genuine, and I hate to see it get such negative reviews right away. Hope the devs take the suggestions for improvement seriously, without getting discouraged by the sheer amount of player disappointment right now. Oh, good thing I didn't buy this morning. Turn off reflections and shadows, fix the FPS issues I had, and others seem to have. Probably because the movement sim of the water that's then being reflected. They don't even have an options button on the main menu. Oh, what the hell? What, did this game start development like 2 months ago? Maybe I'll just play Wind Waker again. That sounds like a better idea. Maybe I'll just play Don't Starve. Okay, so I gotta wait like a year for this game. Don't I have Don't Starve? I don't have the base game Don't Starve? Huh.
To take over and get first! Are you kidding me?
I need another game to play. He's gonna give me runners.
Hey, it's me, Alex. I met this girl, this boy, looking for someone called Sonia, John, Jared.
Okay, so my old computer can meet the minimum specs for all these games that I want to play. It's charging $30 for this? Really? Oh, gross. Wait, this one came out November 6th. These both came out November 16th. What the frick? rhythm game? What? I just played Dark Story. Next. Looks like Breakwater is gonna have some issues, so I can't really play it. Why the game came out? Why is it up to pay like this? Why is it 2 p.m. and I haven't done anything for my essay yet? I plan on retiring in Southeast Asia someday. That sounds pretty comfy, to be honest. Better than staying here. Drinking buddy comes over, be forced to listen to music I don't like. Buddy inevitably becomes annoying and aggressive the more drunk he gets. Feel like I have to walk around eggshells in my own home because Buddy is drunk now and fishing for confrontation. Constantly have to remind him to turn the music down because every time I've had a noise complaint against me, it's when he's over and I'd like to not be homeless. I have to do so in a very roundabout, ass-eating way because if I'm just blunt, he takes it as confrontation. Yeah, I'm not getting a whole lot of this relationship anymore. It's the experience every time we hang out these days. Why would you... Why do you continue to do it? Are you that desperate for a friend that you're just gonna put up with all that? They're better people. Not gonna cut ties, but I'm just gonna phase drinking out of the relationship. And since it's entirely built on drinking, this will result in us not hanging out anymore. We'll still be on friendly terms. But this isn't a rewarding. That's such a roundabout way of doing it, dude. Why do people get drunk if they're just gonna be aggressive drunks? I'm sorry guys, I realize I'm like incredibly boring right now. I'm just staring at this stupid paper that I have to write. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's right, they raised the price of EpiPens. Sucks, dude. Imagine having to pay for medication. Imagine living in a country without free healthcare. In March, our report uncovered how workers at a Tampa Bay lead smelter have been exposed to dangerous levels of the neurotoxin. Hundreds had alarming amounts of metal in their blood. Many suffered serious consequences. Some carried lead home, potentially exposing their kids. One former employee is suing. In the second report, we showed how Gopher Resource company knew about the lead dust inside its factory. It turned off ventilation features and delayed repairs to broken mechanical systems. For years, regulators were nowhere to be found. Spurred by our investigation, OSHA showed up and found Gopher willfully exposing workers to high levels of airborne lead and doled out a $300,000 fine, one of the largest penalties in Florida in recent history. Lead wasn't the only toxic metal it struggled to contain. The plant also broke rules on cadmium exposure. Recently, we published part 3. The smelter also threatened the surrounding Tampa community, an environment with a pattern of polluting, despite promises to change. Under Gopher's ownership, the plant released too much lead into the air, polluted local waterways, and improperly dumped hazardous waste. Nearby residents worried about potential health effects. Yeah, I was thinking a $300,000 fine for poisoning hundreds of employees. They're just allowed to poison hundreds of people. And it's a $300,000 fine. So what is that? $1,000 per person? Oh, we're sorry for poisoning you with our lead. We're sorry you have lead in your blood now. Here's $1,000. The company brings in over $100 million a year, so a $300,000 fine is nothing. I agree the fine seems small when you compare it to the revenues of Gopher, but if you compare it to other OSHA fines, you will find it's one of the largest fines given out this year. $300,000 is nothing to a multi-million dollar corporation. 300 grand is nothing. Oh, I can break the law and it's gonna be a slap on the wrist when I'm caught. If one of OSHA's largest fines was for a meaninglessly small amount, then doesn't that seem to imply that OSHA fines are generally meaningless? They reopened a 1980s uranium mine at the bottom of the Grand Canyon in 2010. They ran it for 4 years on the outdated 1980s environmental report. They started getting fined something like $100,000 per day. The mine was still running after they ordered it to shut down again. The mine was making $500,000 a day. So they just paid the fee and kept dumping uranium tailings into the Colorado River. Yeah, what? Hey, we're gonna charge you some money for if you keep running the mine. Oh, okay. We're still making a large profit even if you charge those fees, so we'll still continue to run the mine. No, you have to shut it down. What are you doing? We're gonna charge you money. It's just the cost of business. If you're only fined, if you're only charged a certain amount of money to run your business by the government because you're breaking laws, then you're just going to pay the fine and continue to do illegal stuff. These businesses don't have any consequence towards them except a monetary consequence. And the government doesn't have any backbone to actually force these people to... Because if they came in with police and like military forces and pointed guns at the company owners and said, you're shutting down the mine right now, then they would do that. But the government has no backbone. They just make it look like, oh yeah, you know, these people are doing something illegal, so they gotta pay the price for it. Meanwhile, the price is so small that whoever's doing the evil thing just continues to do the evil thing. Our entire country is based off this system. This company in Tampa Bay, Florida, is able to poison their workers and the city around it with lead poisoning, and they're getting hit with, and they're still allowed to keep running. And the thing is, even if they get in a big lawsuit, the lawsuit is going to probably take over a year in which this factory is going to continue to poison the workers and the residents of Tampa Bay. Oh boy, and nobody's doing anything about it. What happened to protecting our own citizens? What's the penalty if they don't fix the issues? Is it more fines that amount to a tiny fraction of their revenue? Their work is permitted, so regulators can pull the permits and force them to stop doing business if the issues aren't corrected. However, they didn't pull the permits, the work permits, until the work was finished. It's Florida. Those permits will never be pulled. Yeah, that's probably true. What's quiverful? Oh boy, another case of parents favoring the son over the daughter. This TV star, apparently, when he was younger, he molested 4 of his sisters, and the parents did nothing. And the parents continually let the sexual abuse go on. They continually let their son molest the daughters. But then one of the sisters moved out and the parents excommunicated her because she was doing stuff they didn't agree with. Oh boy, another example of let's protect our child molesting son and do nothing to protect our daughters who are getting molested by him. That's why these girls have to defend themselves, you know? If one of the daughters, you know, when she was getting molested, just took a knife and bam, right to the dude's neck, then it would be brought to light, and then these parents would be jailed as enablers for sexual abuse. That would not look good in court. When the parents know that the abuse is going on, or they know that the molestation is going on and they sit around and do nothing, they're accomplices to a sex crime. And so they would wind up in jail in the same sense that the son would. So it's not a matter of these victims being created, it's a matter of that it's not being brought to light. You know, they're not reporting, like the victims aren't reporting the sexual abuse or anything like that out of some fear. There's no reason for sexual abuse victims to not report the crime. It doesn't matter how many people get, like, you know, consequences or whatever, they have to do that. Chris Hemsworth, that was his name, the dude who plays Thor. I have a story to share. My girlfriend and I found out we were expecting about 7 years ago. We were lying in bed and she was shaking and crying like frick. She didn't even wait for me to say what's wrong and just stared at me with those big blue eyes of hers and blurts it out. I was scared as frick as we were both around 20 at the time and in our first year of college. As expected, both our parents flipped their shit, but eventually came around and really helped us into planning and saving for the baby. Cut to her 20 weeks pregnant and us outside the ultra scan room waiting to find out what gender the baby was. As much prodding and moving around, the doctor determined it was going to be a baby girl. We were so happy just to finally know the gender. We immediately started throwing out names that we liked. The only one we really settled on was Ellie, my little Ellie. So a few months later, and I get a call while at work, grocery store job, and that she's going to labor. Engaged super panic mode. I fly down to the hospital, probably going over double the speed limit as I didn't want to miss a single thing. The next hour is something of a blur to me. Cue to her room, and I see her propped up on the bed with doctors surrounding her. She pulls me close and squeezes my hand so tight it felt like it would fall off. Next thing I know, there's a lot of blood all over the bed and floor, and she's basically passing out before my eyes. I scream at the staff and they quickly scramble around her, pushing me out of the way. She manages to grasp a hold of my shirt and whispers, "I love you," as she faints completely. At this point, I'm shitting bricks and not able to deal with anything. 10 minutes later, Ellie's brought into the world. An hour after that, my Louise is pronounced dead. There are no words for what I was thinking. Here was my little baby girl screaming in my arms, and I couldn't even look down at her. My eyes couldn't leave my girlfriend's face. So cold and lifeless. It's as though someone ripped my heart out then and there. Ellie's now 6.5 and full of life, bubbly and bouncy like her mother, and I love her with all my heart. She is really everything to me. Things haven't been easy, but we made it through with each other. There's only one thing I'd change about my little princess, and that's her eyes. Because every time I gaze into those beautiful blue eyes, it's all I can do not to burst into tears. I love you, Luis. You guys can't see, but he posted a picture of his girlfriend and then a picture of his kid, and they both have like these giant blue eyes that are clearly recognizable. Oof. Where's the racist punchline to stop me from feeling human emotion for? Dang, that hurts to read. What was the cause of death? Being imaginary. Sounds like she hemorrhaged. A blood vessel burst or something. Birth is intense. I don't know how the fuck a hospital failed to see that or stop it. It takes a lot of blood to lose consciousness, even more to just die. I don't know what a baby could do in modern day in a hospital that could kill her in 10 minutes. If she hemorrhaged before the baby was out, then they would stop to deal with that before anything else. Given that the kid there is like 2.5 and 2 years old, not 6, and all other weird inconsistencies, I really doubt this story. Maybe if was in a third world, like a hut, that might make sense. We've known how to deal with hemorrhages for a long time, so unless she's super duper anemic, she wouldn't die. Which is funny because anemia is a very common thing during pregnancy. But that stuff is closely watched too by any doctor. I call fake. Oof. Man, you put way too much faith in doctors and nurses. Medical malpractice kills over 250,000 people a year. That's just what's reported. Not only that, they also have the power to change what's listed as the cause of death. It's like a license to kill with incompetence. Don't ever take their judgments at face value. Always double check dosages given to you. Don't relax until you're out of the hospital. Huh. Yeah, doctors are kind of It's not the word of God. They are unreliable. And even if they're trying their best, they're only human, so they're going to make mistakes and they're not going to know what to do in a lot of situations. Or they're going to get misinformation or misjudgments. My wife passed out with our second due to loss of hemoglobins or whatever the doctor said. It was the next day after the C-section and she was trying to sit in a chair and just went white, threw up and lost consciousness. Ended up getting a transfusion and being okay. I couldn't raise the kids alone. Fucking hemoglobins. Don't worry, guys, this never happened. Sex isn't real. It's true. Born with a twin, parents want to give us similar names. The twin was named Logan. Parents had a wide selection of L names to choose from, and they named me Lerord. How do you even pronounce it? Lerald. Lerald. Yeah, Lerald. Logan and Lerald. China commits genocide against Uyghurs. Oh boy. China has committed genocide against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang, an unofficial UK-based tribunal has found. The tribunal's findings has no legal force and are not binding on ministers, but its organizers said at the outset they intended to add to the body of evidence around the allegations against China and reach an independent conclusion on the question of genocide. What is this? A YouTuber baits scammers and tortures them for hours, pretending to be old people. Falling for the scam, he ends some of these torture sessions by accidentally redeeming the gift card while checking to make sure they work. It's quite entertaining to watch them lose their minds after being trolled for hours by a guy with a voice changer. Be me, American. Wake up next to my sister as usual. Ask her to wake up the kids. Wife is overdosing on Xanax, so she doesn't say anything. Whatever. Order DoorDash because my bitch sister didn't make breakfast. Tip mandatory 500%. Take one of my 45 Glocks and go to work with it concealed. See the neighbor's kid trying to collect his football from my lawn. Dump my whole 33 round magazine into him for trespassing. Realize I used hollow point. Realized I wasted $33 on this stupid kid. Go back inside and shoot myself due to crippling debt and obesity. Wake up in the hospital bed. Doctor hands me a bill for $750,000. God, I love this country. Kiwi. 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 Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Oops. Oopsie daisies. I'll be right back, guys. Moby. No. Yeah, I'm gonna make a voila. Voila. All right, I got chips. Got Pepsi Company. Oh. PepsiCo. Even if one isn't spiritual, it becomes apparent that a fear of a higher power was necessary to keep people in check morally, and the church even served further as a central hub to keep the local community together. Barring the religious aspect of it all, the death of the church has shown apparent ills in the moral fabric. And I say that knowing there are fairly corrupt churches too. It just seems that a world devoid of mysticism and hope, but full of nihilism and science, has really just led to a society of depressed, void-tinged, selfish people who are incapable of operating on their own and have just replaced God with the government in their worship. People don't worship the government, though. It's really strange to witness the slow degradation into madness and to understand the inevitability of the fall. Should have given that guy my award. I had my whole atheistic phase. Oh, God's not real. How people are so stupid for believing in it. It's like, whatever. But then, because as a kid I followed it blindly. And then as a teenager I stopped believing in it, and I thought it was ridiculous. But now as an adult, I realized that religion and believing in God wasn't about one's personal beliefs. It was about guiding people to a beneficial society. If you have everybody believing in God and, Jesus and following the Bible and going to church and all that, then everyone's pretty much on the same page as far as like moral standards go. Because what moral standards do we have these days? What is actually being upheld by the government? What does everybody agree on? You shall not murder. Well, murder, killing people is illegal. Except if you're a big business and you are poisoning your factory workers for profit. Then it's okay. Then it's just a slap on the wrist. People die from that? Whatever. They force you to go back to work in the office or back to school at the school buildings, and COVID spreads and you die from it. That's killing somebody. Your actions led to somebody's death. But that's okay. It's okay. It's okay to kill that way. It's okay if a big business does it, or if a powerful person says. If a powerful person said you need to walk off this cliff, and you know full well that walking off that cliff is going to end in your death, people will still walk off the cliff. Because somebody told them to. And that's okay. We just accept that as a society. In fact, the furthest we'll ever get is we'll get to the point where we say no. No, I'm not going to do that. Are those people going to be charged for murder for the people they do kill? No, they aren't. So as a society, we don't have the moral value of we shouldn't kill people. We don't have that anymore. You're allowed to kill, just not in a direct way, not in an obvious way. You see somebody stab a man, that's a direct way. But if you see, Pepsi bringing the militia with armed guns to shoot the workers who are on strike in Colombia, that's okay. It's okay. Because Pepsi's doing it. Pepsi's doing it. And we'll still buy Pepsi products. That murder's okay. Because it's a big business doing it. Same thing with stealing. Thou shalt not steal. We're looking at this and saying, yeah, I don't want people to steal from me. So stealing's not okay. Except, we're going to steal proper paychecks from our workers. So big businesses can do that. That's totally fine. The government can steal people's information. In fact, the very websites you browse can steal your information. And that's totally okay. But you're not allowed to download music illegally. You're not allowed to download music for free. That's bad. But companies are able to download your personal data and then sell that to other companies, and that's completely fine. So they're allowed to steal. And also black people are allowed to steal. Look at all the Black Lives Matter protests and the riots. They broke into stores, millions of dollars of property damage. They were able to loot. They broke into like electronics stores and stole like entire TVs. They broke people's cars, property damage, theft, a little bit of murder here and there. But it was okay because they're black. They're black, so it's okay that they steal. It's okay that they kill. Because if we say anything in protest, that's a hate crime because we're racist. So we've established that in current society, killing other people is okay. Stealing is okay. How about adultery? Husband and wife gets married, and one of them is allowed to cheat on the other and destroy the marriage and then take the kids in the divorce. That's okay too. In fact, TV shows nowadays encourage that. If we lived, 500 years ago, and we were still following the Bible, those very same cheaters would get tied to a stake in the middle of town square and they would get stoned to death. And guess what happened? Because people were stoned to death for the crime of cheating, guess what happened? Nobody cheated. Nobody cheated. Nobody committed adultery. And so marriages were actually stable. Were they happy? Oh, that's up for debate. It's a case-by-case thing. But were they stable? Yeah. Guess what? When you married somebody and you had kids with them, the two of you were going to stay together because it's against the Bible to divorce, and it's against the Bible to cheat. So those kids get to grow up with their parents. %, so half of every marriage ends up in divorce. That means that for every 2 kids born, one of them is going to be in a dysfunctional household. By today's standards. There we go. Kids growing up without their fathers. Kids growing up in dysfunctional households or abusive households or households where the parents hate each other because one of them cheats on the other. That's all okay. Because it's about that parent expressing themselves. They cheat because they're exploring their sexuality. So in today's standards, it's okay. Bible standards, it wasn't. A lot of these things, a lot of the freedoms that we have are based off of a corrupted sense of moral power. It's not okay to kill unless you're rich. It's not okay to steal unless you're black. It's not okay to cheat unless you're a woman. All of these things have a but if. All of these things. And so because of that, people with their primal desires, they find a way around that. A company who makes millions of dollars off of exploiting the poor isn't going to care if a few of those poor people die, as long as they make a few more bucks. And everybody just says okay to that. We all turn a blind eye to that. You hire the military of another country and you gun down all your workers because they asked for a pay raise. Totally fine. Oh, you loot and riot and act like a monkey, even though you're a civilized human, you're supposed to be a civilized human being. It's okay because you're black. You're black, you must be oppressed. It's okay, you're rich, and we still want our Pepsi products. These people get a slap on the wrist. These people face no jail time for their actions. Certainly, they don't get killed. The Bible is very clear-cut about that. If you commit a sin, then you are excommunicated from the living society, and you are also excommunicated from heaven. You know, you go to hell when you die. A Christian's only saving grace in today's world is that they will think that, oh, these evil people will go to hell when they die. It's going to be a pretty damn long time before those people die. So in the meantime, they get to enjoy exploiting the weak and the poor in the real world, you know, for the next 50 years of their life or however long they want to do it. They get no consequence in the real world. In fact, they're heralded as one of the richest people on the planet. Well, okay. Our moral values are so twisted. Anywhere from big businesses to black people to the average American. Doing things and it being socially acceptable to do these things that have negative consequences. It's all because there's no regulation around it. There's nobody telling them, no. No, you're not allowed to cheat. No, you're not allowed to steal. No, you're not allowed to exploit and kill other people. You can't just say no and cry about it in your room. You know, you have to impose real consequences onto that. What happens if a company owner is guilty of exploiting their workers? Boom. You kill one of them. Or you know, put one in jail indefinitely or whatever, and all of a sudden nobody else is going to do it because people are more interested in keeping their own lives or keeping, you know, their own lifestyles. That, okay, I'll give up $1 million of my wealth, you know, just for increased labor costs, just so that I'm treating everyone fairly, so that I don't end up in prison. People would do that. Some people won't, and those are the people you enact the consequence, but a lot of people will. Same with the black people. Any of the Black Lives Matter rioters who were looting and stealing and setting everything on fire, like in that town, with the whole Kyle Rittenhouse case. He was the one charged with murder. No black person during those protests was charged with property damage or attempt or burglary, armed burglary. There was somebody who pointed a gun in Kyle Rittenhouse's face. Was that gun illegal? Did that guy come in for questioning? No. We're never, you know, we're never going to hold the black people responsible or accountable for any of the shit they do. That's why they continue to do it, because there's no consequence for them. You know, a black person can go anywhere, do whatever he wants. And if someone points it out, he says you're being racist towards me, and he calls the police, and, you know, he charges you with a hate crime. And the entire Democrat Party comes over and defends him. He steals stuff from you, well, you're supposed to let him. Because you're white, and you've been oppressing him for 300 years, even though you haven't done it. These are good. It's idiocy. So my whole point with all of this without Christianity, without the Bible, without religion dominating our society, we have devolved into animals. We're trying to run a functional country, a functional civilization, while we let everybody act like animals. If I put a bunch of mice in a giant livable cage, do I expect them to act like civilized human beings? No, of course I don't. They're not going to. And so when I have a bunch of people who have animalistic desires, and I don't, let's say, an entire country's worth of them, and I tell them, hey, you can do whatever you want, no consequences. Are they going to act like civilized human beings? No, they're going to act like fucking animals. They're going to steal. They're going to kill. They're going to rape. And it's like, okay, like, gee, what did you expect? To have a functional society, you need rules and you need to enforce the rules. Religion binds people together and enforces those rules. Of course, you can go overboard with this, and you can use religion to justify your own pact or whatever. This is where it gets corrupt. You as a person in power, you're a priest, or you're a parent, or you're like the head of a school, or you're the boss at work or something like that, and you're like, oh, this is God's house, or this house has, you follow God in this house and you live by his rules and blah blah, and whatever. But then that person who says that twists and turns God's rules to fit their agenda. Oh no, God says you need to let me beat you tonight. God says you need to donate your whole paycheck to me. God says, we're allowed to slap you with a ruler at school for not doing your homework. Things like that. And they'll use God in order for their own power complexes. God wouldn't want that. First of all, if God exists, he wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want people using him as an excuse to be an asshole towards other people. Even if you twist one of his rules or whatever in the Bible, everything in the Bible is presented. It's not an excuse to be shitty or abusive towards people. Everything in the Bible is every rule in the Bible, every sin, every verse or whatever is there to apply and shape society as a whole. That it's a guideline for how to work your civilization. 10 Commandments, like 8 of them are, applicable. Thou shalt not kill. That's a guideline for society, right? Thou shalt not steal. That's a guideline for society, right? We don't need all the monkeys. I mean people going around killing and stealing things. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Basically, don't lust after people who you aren't married to. Essentially, that's that way we don't cheat with each other, right? We don't cheat with each other and destroy marriages and destroy lives because of that. Things like that. That's all in the structure of society. That's all in the structure of, civilization. Making a functional society for people to live in. So, without religion to guide people, it's no wonder that they devolve into animals. But we have these animals walking about who act like human beings, but they still have these carnal desires. They still want to sleep with one another. They still want to have power over one another and feel good when they bring on the pain to one another. You still have abusive parents. You still have bosses with power conflicts. You have, people who are the king of the castle looking down on their employees at the office. You have all these people who want more money, and so they'll kill for it. You have people who want more money, and so they'll steal for it and then hide behind racism to justify their actions. These are very basic concepts that are done with a convoluted justification to try to get away with it. That's all it is. If we had real consequences for these actions, then it would be easy. Everyone who is part of the Black Lives riots, you throw them all in jail. All of a sudden, there are no more riots anymore. We're still allowed to protest, but you're not allowed to cause property damage and loot other places. But the thing is, the Black Lives riots, none of those people are held accountable. We have all those people's faces on camera, and none of them are held accountable. Because, poor black people, they felt the need to steal those HD TVs. Give me a break. So, we don't have any rules, and we don't have any motivation for people to follow those rules. And all of that was provided by religion, and religion is absent now. And so, look at where our country's gone to. We're going to experience the fall of Rome all over again. It's going to be that slow burn. And the thing is, we're right in the middle of that transition period. But it's going to take a really long time for it to happen. I don't think this is going to change within our lifetimes. I think this is going to only get worse and worse while still teetering on the edge. It's going to slowly lean off more and more. But it won't fully fall in my lifetime. I think it's going to take a couple more lifetimes until it all collapses, until people realize that, hey, enough is enough. The people in power are very good at pushing, but not pushing enough for people to get upset about it. And they're very good at hiding information. If anybody has a question, they ask Google. All Google needs to do is censor the information. You look up, hey, is this thing good or bad? And it's a bad thing. All Google needs to do is remove all the bad results and then have only links that say that, hey, this is a good thing. News media, news stations and stuff, they need to do the same thing as well. Only present things that fit their agenda, only present ideas that fit their agenda. We're not talking about those big companies that kill their workers. We're not talking about the black people who riot and they steal and they rape and they murder. We're not going to talk about those. We're going to talk about how bad it is that people go against them. And we're going to paint those criminals in a good light in order to further this agenda. And it's going to keep happening, and then the rest of the world is just going to be complacent towards it. That's what it is. And this is going to happen for the next 50 or 60 years. We're at that tipping point where people are going to get fed up with it, where people are starting to get fed up with it. But if you read about any historical events in social studies or in history, it'll have years on it. This is what I like to compare it to. A lot of historical events, say something like the Industrial Revolution, or say something, it doesn't matter what it is. It'll say there'll be an event, and it'll be a number of years for that event to lead up to it. They'll say okay, I don't know, 1930. Or they'll say the Great Depression lasted for, 1920, like 1925 to 1940, okay? And you think, oh, those are years, right? You don't really think about it. That's 15 years. 1925 to 1940, that's 15 years. These people were stuck in this rut and nothing changed for 15 years. You can grow old, you can be born and grow up in 15 years. You can turn into an adult and live half of your adult life in 15 years. These are entire chunks of people's lives. And the thing is, right now, you think about like, oh, how long has this been going on? You compare it to like the Great Depression, for example. Well, this has been going on for the past like 5 years or so. So we still got another 10 years. We still have 3 times the length to go for an event like that. And I'm saying that this kind of transition is going to take longer. You read in a textbook, you read about like ancient civilizations, and they'll say like, oh, they had a period of prosperity for like 40 years. And then after that, and then like 20 years after that trailed off, then something happened. 20 years. How long is, in a history book, 20 years is one sentence. They say the thing, and then 20 years later, and then the next sentence is, bam, it's 20 years later. You basically did a time skip. That's easy in a history book because you only learn about the significant things. What about the people living in that time? Somebody started at the transition period at age like they were 12 years old. That kid grew up, and to become age 32, he became 32 years old before anything happened, before the country changed, or before the world changed for the better. That's a long fucking time. If something's starting to happen now, and it's going to take 20 years for the next thing to happen, I'm going to be 50 by the time it happens. That's a long time. That is a long time. That's all of my life gone for me waiting during this kind of period. It's ridiculous. So, I don't know. That's why I say it won't happen in our lifetimes. It's not, it won't happen in our lifetimes because this is something that's going to take longer. The transition period is very long. Things don't happen overnight. Unfortunately, all of these problems exist because it's built up to this point over years and years and years. And it's going to take even more years and years and years. This sort of thing, these sort of problems were happening before any of us were born. And these things will continue to happen before any of us pass. Oh, God. Was this post even about? Oh. Is that what demisexual means? Only feeling attracted to somebody when they have an emotional bond with the person. Yeah, that's kind of ideal. Who cares? What's up with all the Vask Tech spammers? Plus, it's like one at a time. I feel like some dude is making new accounts. Who's Demi Moore? Ugh. She looks like one of those psychics. Am I? I have not been screen sharing this whole time. Ah, whatever. Apparently, demisexual means you're only attracted to people who you have an emotional connection with. So, like, that's kind of good, I would think. Normal pair bonding is not its own section. You know, I've seen people use the term demisexual in like real context. You know, I'm gonna start fucking calling myself demisexual. If people ask me like that or whatever, or they'll be like, "Oh, isn't she so hot?" And I'll be like, "I'm sorry, I'm a demisexual." And they'll be like, "Oh, okay, sorry, I'm sorry. You know, I'll try to be more understanding." I'm a demisexual. Vosk dick. I only let males sit in the front of my car with me, not even my own mother. I'd let my wife sit in the front, but only on our wedding night. Simple as. I only love my band and my mommy. I'm sorry. I should probably screen share, considering that I'm just sitting here browsing Reddit anyway. Here we go. Campbell's tomato soup and a Photoshop fork. Why is there a Photoshop fork? I didn't want people to think I didn't have a fork. Why would you take the time to Photoshop a fork instead of just grabbing a fork from your kitchen? Yeah, wait. You know, you can just. I mean, if you're microwaving it like a pleb. I'm just kidding. There's nothing against microwaving canned foods, but. What you can do is you can open the can and put it on top of the stove. And then that's your meal. Hope you do. Is math racist? Is math racist? We're not changing or lowering the standards. We're outlining how inequitable the teaching of math is right now. Is math racist? As many students of color struggle with the subject, schools are altering instruction, sometimes amid intense debate. Recommendations to make math more inclusive has caused a rift in the world of math education. Opponents of the change say the movement dumbs down the subject, but advocates say the subject's teaching is full of inequity. First of all, the term should be inequality, but this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. If you don't understand math, maybe you're either too dumb to understand the math, or maybe you just don't get math. I don't know. There are plenty of people who don't understand math. It's not racist, but oh no, black people aren't understanding. This is what I was talking about before. It's okay if it happens to a black person, or it's not okay if it happens to a black person. Gee, maybe more black people are dumb or don't have mathematical. I shouldn't use the term dumb. Maybe more black people don't have mathematically inclined minds as compared to white people. Gee, I don't know. Maybe, it's the same thing as like, oh, there's gender inequality in the engineering field. There was that argument. And people were saying, oh, it's sexist, Why aren't there more women engineers? It's sexist. It's because women don't want to be engineers. They don't have the mind for that. Why are there more women teachers than men? Why are there more women caretakers than men? Maybe that's just how it is. Nobody's pushing them to do that. Maybe that's just what they want to do. Maybe that's just what they're capable of. Maybe instead of complaining about how math is racist, maybe you could find something that black people are actually good at. Maybe that'll solve the problem. But no, just because black people don't understand something, it means that it's racist against black people. The most blatantly racist pull tier shit is trending on Twitter right now under the guise of progressivism. Told you guys for years now that the left is our side. Not the BS I don't see color right. Only boomers who are short-sighted think the right is more pro-white. A conservative would never admit blacks can't do math. He'd say they can do it, they just need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Whereas the left admits and recognizes the black brain is simply not cut out for the topic. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Anybody who's complaining about racism is racist. Gee. The right knows the blacks can't do it as they are now and thinks that blacks should change. The left knows that blacks can't do it as they are now and thinks that everything else should change to suit them. This shows their complete lack of understanding of math. Math just is. It isn't something with bias or hidden messages or secret code. It's fundamental logic, with some abstraction thrown in. These people don't even understand that normal populations are supposed to have distributions. They see a range of performance and see inequality when that is actually what you're supposed to see. Yeah, that's the thing. You're gonna have smart people and you're gonna have dumb people. It's like there's no, and if you're one of the dumb ones, then it's like somebody has to be dumb, right? Not everybody's like 100% equal. We all have equal rights, but we're not all gonna get equal grades in school. You want to push this participation trophy thing further? Yeah, just make all education meaningless. Should a person who can't even add or subtract be given a math degree? No, they shouldn't be. If they're going to be stuck in, algebra 1 for 4 years in high school, then so be it. It's like, it doesn't matter. Because the thing is, people can find, and the positive take on this is that people can find what they're good at in other aspects. You don't have a mathematically inclined mind. Oh, well, maybe you have an artistic mind instead. Or maybe you have, more of like an artsy or more of an organized mind or more of like a music mind instead. There are people who are geniuses in their field out in the world who can't do even the basics of any other subject. And it doesn't matter. I'm sure the best artist in the world didn't pass algebra in high school. I'll bet. I'll put money on that. There are the rich people in the world who never went to college. Like Bill Gates never went to college. And he invented Microsoft. It's like, so you don't have to be smart in order to live a fulfilling life. But these people are trying to bring the standard of smart, the word smart, so low that, it just doesn't mean anything anymore. How can you tell if somebody's good at math if you change the entire math system? If you make it so, we're going to only teach adding and subtracting, then how is anybody who's actually mathematically inclined supposed to progress? You're not allowed to learn the advanced stuff because your black classmates would be offended by that. They would be offended by your ability to be smarter than them. And all of a sudden you start oppressing the smart people. I mean, to me, this all looks like a ploy to make smart people stay dumb so that we have a working class, that this country has a working class of people that never get smart enough to progress, that never get smart enough to advance forward. We're going towards idiocracy. We're lowering the standards of intelligence, and we are raising, and we're coming up with excuses to prevent people from becoming smarter. Hell, if my kid was gifted at math and he had to go through this nonsense of, we're going to lower the standards now, I'm going to teach him regular math at freaking home so that he actually understands everything. And yeah, his classmates will become offended by how smart he is. Good. Shouldn't participate in this stupid society anyway. If I had gone as far if like because math was so slow. Math was so easy for me back in school. If I had learned math privately, I would probably be a mathematician right now. I would probably legit be a mathematician right now if I had learned it privately, because I would have never slowed down. Because all it taught me was that all this going through school taught me was that, oh yeah, math is just easy. And then it became not easy. The thing is, I needed to be constantly challenged. I needed to be constantly pushed forward. In this racist society where we're making sure that, you know, dumb people are accommodated, and we're preventing smart people from progressing and advancing, we're only going to create people like me who had the potential but could never realize it. It's ridiculous. I should have had a private math tutor when I was going through school. Not because I needed it, but because I should have advanced farther. I could have been doing differential derivative calculus when I was like 13 years old, if I had been excelled up to that point. But oh well, that's the problem with a bad public education system that doesn't want you to be smart, and neglectful parents. Oh well. What happened to Detroit? Here's Detroit when it was a hideously white cesspool that lacked diversity. Just look at this picture from 1916. Don't you feel disgusted? You can't see a single African American face. The women are demurely dressed because the patriarchy won't let them wear anything they want. There are no gay porn shops. Hell, there are no gays. Nowhere in this picture can you see a copulating interracial gay couple. You can't even see interracial cis heterosexual couples, for goodness sakes. Oh no, these people look too happy, guys. These people look too happy and content with life. Dressing properly, like they're part of high society. They should all be wearing baggy clothes that baggy ripped clothes that show too much skin, and pooping and having sex in the streets. And every building and half of the building should be torn down with the windows broken or boarded up because of looting. Come on, guys. Don't even get me started on those disgusting cis-normative capitalist signs everywhere. Even the streets are revoltingly clean because the white patriarchs oppressed all African people who would otherwise have explored their cultural impetus to scatter garbage everywhere. That's what it is. Black people exploring their cultural impetus to scatter garbage everywhere. It saddens me to look at this picture. But then I look at modern Detroit, an interracial paradise of tolerance and diversity, and I breathe a sigh of relief. We liberals are going to fix the rest of America, just like we fixed Detroit. See guys, here's Detroit now. Look at that. The pristine picture of equality. Look at all those African Americans there. This is in America, by the way. Compare this to this. It's the same city, just 100 years later. Except this is the 100 years later. This is where we've progressed to. This is our advance in society. Goats for sale. If these people could see what their beloved city has become, they would weep. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we stopped oppressing people and, just let all the people run amok with no rules or standards of cleanliness. Oh, I'm so happy for it. Do not burn. Some riders come by with their torches and they're about to burn this building for the heck of it, and then they see the do not burn. They're like, oh, okay. Concentrated poverty. My God. Single unit zoning, parking mandates, designing streets like highways. This picture would be illegal to build today. It's true. They have the government regulations in all the wrong places. This week. Modern man existed for 200,000 years. 99% of that time is humans being cavemen. Then suddenly we go from being cavemen to exploring the solar system in the last 1% of that time. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, once people figured out how to mine resources other than firewood, then it became pretty, then, it's just it snowballed from there. See, that's the thing. We've been cavemen for the past 200,000 years, and only recently have we become advanced society. So everybody's still animalistic. In fact, I'm sure whoever wrote the Bible understood that and was like, okay, I'm the only smart one here. We gotta make sure that all the dumb human beings, have rules to follow so that society actually works and we can continue to advance. And so they wrote the Bible. They were like, okay, we've eliminated all of our carnal, animalistic desires, or as, in the form of rules. Let's, now we can focus on actually advancing humanity. And so humanity actually was able to advance. Humanity is not advancing now. Energy efficient NFTs? What the frick? Aw. Both of them say you are the most beautiful person. See, I want the right picture. Like, from the get-go, I want the right picture. If... I don't want to have to be sexy for somebody who is also sexy. I just want to chill with somebody. But dang, she's not going to be the most beautiful person after eating that whole Chipotle burrito, that's for sure. People who eat in bed are gross. You don't have good posture when you're in bed, normally. That's what it is. So, if you have the ability to eat elsewhere, conveniently, then you should. Also, laying down, it's gonna choke. The food's gonna choke you. But I mean, there's nothing against it. People eat breakfast in bed. Why can't I eat all 3 meals in bed? Thing is, I'm not comfortable staying in bed, so I personally don't eat in bed. But if like I had a wife who ate in bed, you know, next to me, then I'll eat at my desk or whatever. And then, you know, we just stare at each other. I guess, I don't know. I'll get like a really comfy couch or like a 2-person couch, and then we could just both eat on the couch and kick back and relax. Oh, that sounds comfy. This is specifically on the bed, like laying down. It's not that specifically isn't good for you. I always wonder why all these lovey-dovey pictures always picture love as loving the person when they look like shit, are being goofy or idiotic or doing something disgusting. No wonder why marriages are so sexless. I'd rather be loved because I look like the girl on the left than the one on the right. Also, love and lust are mutually exclusive. Are mutually exclusive now? I mean, I guess, yeah, no, they have a point. You want your partner to see you as the most beautiful version of yourself, but all the time. But I don't know, I still agree with the picture more. I love a girl when she's in her PJs. It's pretty much what it is. More so than a dress. I don't want a girl wearing a fancy dress like this. Not unless we have to. I get to see. I'm the only one who gets to see my wife in her PJs. Many people let themselves go in relationships and it's disgusting. Have some self-respect. I find the masses will improve themselves, lose weight, to find them, etc., to find a mate. Then when they have one, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. You put on 30 pounds since we started dating, and I'm still supposed to fuck you? Nah. And I'll hold myself to the same standard. Fortunately, this hasn't been an occurrence for the women in my life, but definitely something I've noticed. You got your partner to bulk 30 pounds and hit their lifting goals? Based. Dude, who can run a 5K in 20 minutes? I don't think so. That's like 3 miles. Jesus. Even at my current running speed, I don't think I could run 1 mile in that, because that's a mile every 7 minutes or so. I don't think I could do a mile in 7 minutes, to be honest. If I got on my skateboard, I can. I'm so out of shape though. When my skateboard broke and I had to carry it home, I was so exhausted. So I'm just like pulling it behind me. Oh my god, so exhausting. I haven't left the house in months. Oh no. I need to bulk. I need to lift and distribute it. You never see comics about women loving guys despite them being useless slobs, do you? Nobody loves a man with empty hands. Fat women in media are sexy and empowering body diversity, but fat men in media are disgusting clowns and the butt of jokes. Fat men in real life get women just fine as long as they have money. And also because women want to date their fathers and daddy was a fat ass. Is the sexy dad bod stuff still around, or did it die out in its first year? Surprisingly, it was mostly killed by fit gym guys on TikTok whining that they weren't getting attention from 100% of the women. The only people who need validation as much as women are dudes who lift weights. That's true. It's hard to find somebody who like goes to the gym religiously who isn't a complete attention whore. What are you, a pig? That's disgusting. You're getting crumbs everywhere. Then we get ants, then we'll get mice, and on top of all that, we'll be sleeping on friggin' crumbs. Honestly. Shouldn't he be eating something as well, or is he trying to fatten her up so he can eat her? The architect theory, is that a thing? The architect theory is the act of thinking, discussing, and writing about architecture. What? What does that have to do with this post? Yeah, see if the girl isn't saying that she loves the dude in either state. Plus, the dude is still appropriately dressed. He's still wearing fashionable PJs. Look at my PJs. I have this freaking I don't know what this logo is. But look, my PJ shirt has like cat hairs all over it, and I'm wearing polar bear pajama pants. And I have missing teeth. Like, what girl's gonna love me in my worst state, you know? But oh, if I dress up in a suit and I put my retainer in and I speak with confidence, then all the girls will be swooning. And of course, I put on makeup, get surgery to get a better jawline, and do my hair up. Then all the girls will be swooning. But as soon as I get into my PJs and take the retainer out, then girls are gonna be like, ugh, that's what you look like? Never mind. And then they're gonna go on and complain about, why don't guys like me when I have my PJs on and my retainer out? And it's hypocrisy. It's a double standard, and I hate it. I hate it. So me and my bros wanted to once and for all test the hypothesis that we're living in the Matrix. We came to the conclusion that a matrix could only run so smoothly because of our predictable behavior. For example, if you eat, it is likely that you will swallow your food. Therefore, the matrix would be ready to initiate a digestion program. But if a group of people did something unpredictable, the matrix would have to shut down. So what we did is we randomly started gangbanging each other. The matrix could have never predicted that because that was like super gay, but nothing happened Matrix-wise. But this is not the point why I'm writing about this. My friends now want to do the gangbanging shit again, and I'm not sure how to respond to it. I'm no conspiracy theorist, nor have I ever been much for stupid suspicion. Which is why it's so weird that twice in my life, I got a minor nudge, and for a blink of an eye like a flash frame, I saw what could be described as a digital version of that old static image on TV. Of course I expected it's just some nerve that got hit and made my optic nerves give a false image, but it's such a weird thing that's always stuck with me since. First time I remember perfectly, just skiing calmly on a transport path, got over a small bump and there it was. I don't put much thought into it, but it always haunts me a bit whenever this discussion comes up. because it really felt like I was seeing far beyond my sight in that tiny moment. Like how in dreams you can see around yourself, feel further. It was like that, but only for a tiny moment. But it affected me enough that over a decade later, I still remember it vividly. First of all, if you say I'm no conspiracy theorist, then you're most likely a conspiracy theorist. You're at least someone who's prone to be thinking about that sort of stuff. And if you're prone to be thinking about that sort of stuff, then you're prone to be, you're going to experience that sort of thing, and then you're going to think you experienced it, and then you're going to go further, go further and further with it. When I smoke weed, I become dangerously anti-Semitic, but when I'm sober, I am just regular anti-Semitic. The worst thing about weed is the frickheads who won't shut up about how much they smoke. God, I wish all those hippies would screw off. Dude, weed, LMAO. Wow, I knew nobody reads here. I read 150 books. I've read 150 books so far, and I have a job, 3 kids, 3 hours of gym a day, and I fuck my wife twice every day. I've read 151 books this year so far, and I have 2 jobs, 4 kids, 4 hours of gym a day, but I only fuck your wife once a day. Oof, this guy lost. Poofed. I am a Muslim, and I have 4 wives, 20 kids, and my only job is fucking my wives 10 times a day and getting money from my rich dad. Oh yeah. Not reading the Quran, the Holy Quran, 6 hours per day. Enjoy hell, infidel. I wonder if there is a law like that with the Quran, where you have to read it, like all the time. If it counts, if you just get an audiobook of the Quran and you just put an earbud in at all times. You just in one ear, you're just listening to Bible verses the whole day. I'm more religious than you. Nope. 300 push-ups a day. Start today if you want. It should only take about 5 to 10 minutes. 40, 30, 20, 10. Do 3 times a day. Nice. I do 301 though. I do 4 times of 41, 31, 21, and 11. 4 to 9 minutes per day. Lol, did I mention I wear a 20-pound weighted vest? That's cool. Mine's 21 pounds though. Nice. The fact that this guy replied to him at all with the I wear a 20-pound vest is clearly like he's such an attention whore. He has to brag about how much he does. And 4 times a day, 301, all these numbers add up to 304, you idiot. The fact that this guy didn't get the joke, and of course it's a Hispanic person too, but the fact that this guy didn't get the joke, and he tries to brag more. Oh, only a 21-pound weighted vest, though. Do you wear the leg weights with that? Because I do. And I have my kitten resting on top of my head for every push-up, and I have to balance her. It's like, geez. I'm a guy. If I don't have to show off to girls, I can do 5 push-ups. But if there are girls, I can keep going till I cough up blood at 100 push-ups. Imagine being like so vain that you have to brag about how much you work out. Imagine thinking that spending 3 hours a day at the gym is a good way to live. Better than spending 3 hours a day on a subreddit from a Lithuanian carpet stitching forum. Rather watch porn than binge that new Santa show on HBO with my homies and getting some vidya's for real, for real. Taking 3 hours to finish your workout just means it's low intensity. You're playing on your phone in the squat rack, or it's not efficient enough. The longest I've ever taken is an hour and a half, and that's when I'm dragging ass. Very nice. Yeah, I was gonna start working out. I need to start going to the gym. I need to start waking up earlier. Oof, you got me, bro. I like video games, so clearly my opinion is worthless. If only I was into watching grown men kick a ball around for thousands of hours, then discussing it online, would you think I was cool? Very nice. So after 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep, and 3 at the gym, he has 5 hours left to eat, screw his wife twice, raise 3 kids, basic hygiene and body needs, and read, which would take up most of his time. Yeah, if the dude was reading 150 books a day, or not a day, a year, that means an average of one book every 2 days. So he needs to be able to finish half a book in a single day at a reading speed of like, if he has 5 hours left in his free time, then he can get, I mean, that's 300 pages of a book. So he has to spend half, assuming the average book is 300 pages. Unless he's reading like children's picture books, which technically counts. I mean, I can go to friggin' like the kids section at the local library and probably read 150 books by the time the library closes, to be honest. Just those kindergarten picture books. But yeah, no, if he reads at a reading speed of 1 page a minute, then he only has to read for 2.5 hours a day. Of course, nobody's reading speed is 1 page a minute. So if it's 1 page every 2 minutes, then he would have to spend all 5 hours of his free time reading just to be able to hit his quota for books every year. And so he would have maybe about a half an hour a day to screw his wife twice, raise 3 kids, and do basic hygiene. And also eat all his meals. Be me, hate women, invited to party by roommate. Pick up one of her friends in the car. She's funny. She's really funny, bounces off each joke, adds a new quirk to each conversation topic. Actually taken aback, start to rethink maybe women can actually be as interesting as men. The night progresses, overhear them later talking to someone about their hormone therapy. She's a trans. Now I hate women even more. Imagine needing to be subsidized by double agents. Well, why is porn free? You pay with your soul. It's true. This person does not exist.com. Generate fake picture, put it on fake Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn profile. Oh, I see. Put it on a fake profile on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Put in profile that you work for left-wing companies, such as Google, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Starbucks, etc. Right-wing, racist, anti-vax comments and opinions, Watch lefties call companies and dox unexisting person. Companies stop responding to complaints. Waste their time. Doxing doesn't work anymore. Ah, I see. The thing is, you could reverse image search that and this person does not exist will pop up. I like the website though. You guys ever do this? This person does not exist.com. See, they're saying this person doesn't exist. They just made up this picture. Companies easily filter out false reports by cross-referencing actual names of the company of employees. If you use a handle, they ignore you as it's effectively anonymous. If you impersonate a real employee, it's a misdemeanor, and they can sue you if they find out. Scheme immediately exposed in lefty social media circles. Possible coverage of hacker known as 4chan in meme tier MSN. If scheme appropriately scaled, OP happy because he got attention. Lefties emboldened by thwarted attack. They're not looking for facts, they're looking for things to be outraged at. Yeah. Tip trap. Tip trap. Generate images of women with long noses and glasses and use the images to set up fake organizations that help tackle the important racial issue and social issues of our time and solicit donations from said companies. Wow. What's your job on the leftist commune? I'm going to be leading discussion on theory some days, making clothes from scraps other days, and making lattes whenever needed. Good card. I don't get it. Oh. Windows randomly installs a Photos add-on app to my computer, starts making albums out of my porn and emailing it to people. I just want to be left alone. Right this way, sir, to the cockroach milk aisle, but before that I just need to scan your VaxPass app. Oh my science, it appears you've only gotten your 7th booster. Guards, arrest this chud for trying to start a 13th wave. Yep, pack it up, boys, this is the end. No. War, Xing, war, never changes, never changes. Since the dawn of humankind. Oh my god, all these fucking emojis. But it's a picture. It's a peach emoji. At the end, there's an end sign of the world as a planet. The apocalypse, which is a skull and crossbones, toxic contamination, and a nuclear missile. Guys, don't you love how there's Omnicrom out now? There's Delta, and then there's Omnicrom. Other countries have like Alpha and Beta. It'll never end, guys. Everyone's just gonna die. Wait for everyone to get home. Smash and grab. No lines, no waiting, all free. Modern problems, smart solutions. Just call it a protest and say it's covered by shit. How do cockroaches even have milk? You can't even titty fuck them. What? Oof. That's not safe for work. Unfortunately, guys. I'm gonna have to open up. I'm gonna have to look at this image myself. Oh, they have the picture of the anime girl, and she's like she's like naked, and she's standing in front of the mirror, but she's using the finger like this to cover in front of the picture. It's covering the nipples, and then the reflection of the mirror, the finger is simultaneously reflecting on covering the crotch. Oh, yeah, and so they were like, "Oh, that pose is not possible." And so some dude took a naked picture of himself. But he did it with the finger, so the finger is covering his nipples and it's covering the crotch in the mirror reflection. Hilarious. What a horrible day to have eyes. Are the people living normal, happy, prosperous lives, clueless about what's going on? Or are we, the bitter, lonely, living off our parents' money shut-ins, the idiots? Being a normie basically means you go along with whatever, in return for material benefit. If you're supposed to believe the earth is the center of the universe and God created in 6 days, you will. If you're supposed to believe that men in dresses are and always have been women, you will. In return, you get accepted by society and take the path of least resistance and most rewards. You pay with your autonomy. Autonomy is your free will. The right or condition of self-government, basically meaning that autonomy means that you can make your own decisions and have your own thoughts and decide your own course of action. You pay with your autonomy basically means that you give up your ability to think freely for yourself and just let other people tell you what to think. So accepting the popular opinion is what's going to just blindly means that you get socially accepted in society, but it also means that you can't think for yourself because everyone else isn't thinking for themselves. Now, this is a perfectly valid option until society degenerates. Then conforming to power requires things that are more and more destructive to you until you're throwing your firstborn into the fire to appease Moloch or jabbing your 6-year-old with poison to inoculate against a disease that will never kill them. Being a dissident rarely pays, except when society has gotten so bad that submitting to it is actually the worst option. I gotta learn how to like homestead and live in the forest, to be honest. It's probably the only way out of this. That comment was actually insightful though, so I'll give that a reward. Everybody else gave it a reward. It was a very helpful comment. Being a normie means that you'll go along with whatever in return for society's acceptance. That's what it is. People on 4chan probably tried that route too, but were too ugly or autistic to be accepted socially, so they turned into becoming dissidents, and that's what makes you analyze the world from the outside. That's basically what happens. Everybody wants to fit in and be normal, but when you realize that you aren't allowed to be normal or you can't be normal, then you take then that option is restricted from you, and you have to go towards the other option. I don't feel like I did that though. I feel like with me, it was like I was just my goofy kid self for my whole life. But then I got to a point where I started like seeing things and realizing things about the world. And I was like, hey, this isn't good. And then I look around me and everyone's just accepted it and moved on and nobody pays attention to it. And I'm thinking like, why isn't anyone else getting upset about this? And then I started getting really bitter and then thinking like, oh, why are people turning a blind eye towards this? And the further I get along in my adulthood, the more and more I've kind of realized that, okay, people are just ignoring everything. They're turning a blind eye because most normal people only care about what benefits them currently. If I can marry a girl and have my kids and a job that supports us, then I'm not going to get into these social or political issues or anything like that. And so they'll just let whatever happens. They'll vote for the president that promises them the most benefits for their comfy little lifestyle, and nothing will change. And everything else that happens on in the background that exploits the weak or the poor or the starving, it's no concern to the average person because they aren't them. In fact, normal people would go so far as to enslave other people as long as they themselves aren't enslaved. Oh well, I found a solution to this problem. Be me, drive an old 21-year-old Grand Mark car, I'm assuming. Drive in a bad city full of Karens with large SUVs and Cletuses and large pickup trucks with pristine beds. Most of these guys have their high beams on when it isn't even necessary, get blinded by some faggot Cletus with his new F-150's high beam, decide I've had enough. I order a 120,000 lumen LED light with switch to hook on the rear window of my car. Next few days, a wild Karen in her slightly new Yukon pulls behind me, As you'd expect, the headlights on her SUV are bright. Don't know if it's a high beam since most new vehicles have bright lights. This is my chance. I flipped the switch to activate my bright ass light, and I blinded this bitch in her SUV. She slams on her brakes and backs off my car. I'm laughing my ass off as she goes to the other lane, speeding past me. All you need to do is give him a taste of their own medicine. Oh, I get it. So these cars are behind this dude, and they're shining their headlights during the daytime, and they're blinding him because it gets reflected in the rearview mirrors. And his car is probably very low to the ground, so he gets hit with those lights. I feel like some sort of mirror setup would be more poetic. Have them be blinded by their own lights. Yeah, pretty sure what OP is doing is illegal. A mirror, you aren't down anything. They're doing it to themselves. When people tailgate me with bright lights on a one-way highway, I use the other lane as a reverse passing lane to get on their tail until they do something to show they are scared and can't really drive as fast as they wanted me to go. Then I pass them. Sounds like a lot of work, honestly. Just ride a skateboard around. That's what I do. Just take the bus. Don't have to worry about the bus getting tailgated. Because I'm sitting down. Actually, yeah, city buses don't have seatbelts. If a bus gets in an accident or like someone runs into a bus, I'm so screwed. Ugh. Why would you want Ellen Page? Just be grateful she did a couple nude scenes before she went crazy and cut her tits off. Yeah, didn't Ellen Page come out as like transgender or whatever? I think that's what it was. You know, it's scary. I hadn't thought about Ellen Page in like years, because what has she done? So anyway, my brother was talking to me about Ellen Page in the car one day, so a couple years back. And he was talking to me about it in the car. I hadn't even thought about, her or anything like that. She hasn't been on the news or anything like that. But, I'm playing along with the conversation, whatever, right? It's a conversation. The next day, I get a news article pushed onto my phone about Ellen Page. Mind you, there have been no news article, I haven't seen a news article on Ellen Page ever. And I had no interest in her. But then I realized I was talking to my brother yesterday about it, and I had my phone in my pocket. So I think the phone heard us saying the word Ellen Page, and then pushed a news article about it to me, thinking that, targeted advertising. It's very weird. It's very scary. Google is just listening to your thoughts. And I've had this happen with other stuff too. I've intentionally started talking about some weird foreign topic, and then, within the week I'll get and then that's it, and then I'll talk about it verbally. And then within the week I'll get news articles on it. So I've tested this out and it's happening. It's very scary because that means the microphone on your phone is active at all times, and it's listening to what you're saying, picking up on key phrases, and then selling that information to advertisers in order to advertise stuff to you. Same thing being like, I'll look up something on eBay. I'll look up like PS5 consoles on eBay. See what they're going for right now. Not interested in them, whatever. And then about a couple days later, I'll be browsing a different website, and then I'll see advertisements for eBay listings for PS5 consoles. So very scary. So if I ever want to have a private conversation with somebody that I don't want people listening to, I gotta make sure my phone, all of our phones, are in like the opposite side of the house, tucked away. Turning off your phone doesn't do it either. We have the technology to turn on devices with our voice, which means that they're always on, which means that the device is always on and they're always listening to the voice, to our voices. So, same thing if you have like an Alexa in your house, it's even worse. Anything that you say, the Alexa will pick up on, because you can say at any point, "Hey Alexa," and it'll be like, "Oh, what do you need?" Which means that it's always listening for that audio, which means that if it's doing the same thing Google does, then it's picking up anything that you say and talk about around the house, and then selling that information to advertisers and to other people. So, God forbid you start talking about a crime, then it's going to go to the FBI. I'm sure that there have been like planned crimes that have been thwarted beforehand because your phone or an Alexa device picked up people talking about how they're going to commit the crime. So it's very scary how they're doing that. No, so we're all at the hands, we're all in the palms of the rich. They have our information and our interests at their fingertips. This literally just happened. Be me, mid-20s, just starting a job teaching middle school. Show up halfway through the school year, not used to everyone. Fourth day at work today, a teacher asked me to help get some boxes from a tall shelf for her. I easily and charmingly assist her. I teach a few courses, introducing myself to the kids and figuring out how the school operates in general. Kids stay in a classroom while teachers move around, depending on the subject. Oh, so it's like Japan. My lesson ends, and that same teacher comes to put the box I gave her on a shelf nearby as I'm wrapping up. I'd recognize that box anywhere. Her face contorts into one of repulsion and disgust. So, car and garage, or eat myself off a bridge? My lesson ends, and that same teacher comes to put the box I gave her on a shelf nearby as I'm wrapping up. I'd recognize that box everywhere, anywhere. It's from that meme. I recognize that bulge anyway. The teacher's a dumb hoe, and OP did nothing wrong. Anon made the mistake of being a lowly teacher instead of going straight into administration. Now he's locked up with numerous Karens in their natural habitat. You know, the thing is, a lot of guy teachers end up becoming admins. It's pretty comfy. Something I would have liked to do. So I have the mind for it, but, you know, whatever. Anon explains what size fat clothing is. Nah, it's not even fat. Not really, anyway. I'm also wearing a 4XL and I'm not fat. I'm slightly overweight though. 192 centimeters. That's probably like 6'2". 4XL is above average for sure, but it's not that fat. The fat people I know need 6 to 8XL. Oh my god. The fact that XL can go up to 8 in the first place, like how much McDonald's do you have under your skin rolls, you fat fuck? To where you need an 8+ shirt. Like, imagine that. Imagine like going to McDonald's and ordering like 100 Big Macs, and then stacking all of the Big Macs into the shape of a person and then putting an 8XL shirt on top of it. That's what it is. That's what it is. You've eaten so much McDonald's in your life that your body is saving all that fat, thinking, oh, we need this fat for a rainy day, and it's never gonna rain. We have so much food on this planet. That's why you're so fat that you need that. Once you go into XL, it's over. Even for me, I'm the same height as this guy is. I wear a large. I wear a large shirt, and even that's a little too baggy because I'm actually skinny. I'm not wearing tight shirts or anything like that. So I can get away with a large. Sometimes, depending on the clothing item, I even wear a medium, a men's medium. 8XL. Jesus. I would have to put all 50 of those Big Macs underneath my shirts in order to fit into an 8XL. Guess why I'm not eating Big Macs every day? I'm the same height and I wear large. Yeah, exactly. T, a Skelly Lanklet. No.
No.
Anon has zero comprehension of how BMI works and needs to step on a scale that won't break under his fat lard ass. BMI can spit out a lot of false negatives. It's just people trying to debate this and then everyone else just calling them fat in the comments. That's a mess. No, but that's the thing. It's like, this is Alex Baldwin. Japanese soldiers massacred an Anglo hospital in Singapore because an Indian sniper was using the hospital as cover to take out Japanese. When the Japs arrived, the sniper had already gone, so they instead massacred the inhabitants of the hospital, most of whom were English and Chinese. Japs in World War II were anime tier villains, along with anime villain autism. People think crimes near them are the worst. Japs are the most brutal, but Nazis were more industrial and cold. The Japanese were more like Mongolian army with modern weapons. The Nazis were something we had never seen before. Oh, that's a good point. Japanese were the closest thing to the Mongolian army. What they lacked was effective leadership and high-speed maneuver warfare of the Mongolians. Yeah, because the 8th and because the 12th century Mongolians definitely had effective leadership and high-speed maneuver warfare. So you mean horses? Chase slurs? Is the word Japanese all of a sudden a bad word? Or is it bad to say Japs? The thing is, I'm half Japanese, so I can say all this. Don't get your panties in a bun, YouTube. The children girls had to dress as boys so the Japanese didn't carry them off. I mean, do you guys understand how like screwed up Japanese sexuality is with like all the hentai that's out there? I wouldn't put it past Japanese ancestors to do something like that. Wowie zowie, these war criminals are just like the villains from anime. That's what happens during war. There's people rape and murder the innocents. That's what kind of happens. It gives you justification. If you have the Vikings coming in and raiding and burning your village, then of course nobody's checking them, and they can go and rape whoever they want. It's like, gee willikers. What, are they gonna treat everyone with international amnesty? I don't think so. It happens nowadays too. There are plenty of American soldiers who were occupying like Afghanistan a few years ago who were responsible for distributing food, and whenever like a woman would come up to get their food, the U.S. military soldiers said, I'm not going to give you your food until you give me a blowjob or something like that. And that's what they did. And so these people had to exchange sexual favors just to be fed by the U.S. military. It was this whole scandal. Whatever, I guess. Good day, Paul. I've come to test your morality. Before you sits the box. Open the box and you shall receive $1 billion directly into your bank account. Untaxed, beautiful fake numbers. The cost? One person, with the exception of yourself, will die. It could be your mother, a random Chinese farmer, an Irish folk singer, or a world leader attending a bar mitzvah. What's your decision? Open the box, 100% for real, no cap. I'd open and close the box 6 million times and hope for the best. You can keep the money. $1 billion? You asked that question to somebody for like $100, and a lot of people would do it. 6 million? Did he just say 6 gorillion? Oy vey. Holocaust deniers. How do you explain this pic? It's a box of Jewish wedding rings recovered from the death camp Sachsenhausen. It's one of the rings belonged to my grandmother. Grandma got in trouble with the guards because she often held her breath while in the gas chamber, thus avoiding certain death. To punish her, Dr. Joseph Mengele rolled Grandma up into a ball and loaded her into his catapult, from where she was launched high up into the air. On her way down, soldiers fired at her with a flak cannon for target practice. These training sessions, one of the reasons German anti-air gunnery was so effective. She was only 5 years old at the time. Wait a second. First of all, these are wedding rings. Second of all, how many times were you put in the gas chamber? Often held her breath while in the gas chamber. Like, often implies that this was more than just a couple times. They only put people in once. Loading her into a catapult and using them as fire practice. And your grandmother was only 5 years old at the time. Yeah, gee, how did she have descendants then, huh? She was 5 years old. Grandpa was like, zam. Explains the size of some of those rings. Yeah, what the hell? Some of these rings are like minuscule. Anyway, this story is 100% fake. F for grandma. Wait, that's it? I'm getting lightheaded from talking so much. Always smile and say hi to women at the gym who dress modestly. Always ignore the sluts and thoughts. Walk past thoughts like they're air. My face when thought bitch works out next to me in her skimpy outfit, but I ignore her and start a conversation with a normal looking girl next to me. Have small talk with at least 5 women at the gym. Sluts keep giving me filthy looks, while I disregard them and shower normal girls with attention and tips. Thought asks me how much longer I need the bitch weight dumbbells. Tell her just one more set and turn back around and keep talking to the other girl, while the whore's eyes pierce my skull. Angry Thought at one point asked what steroids I'm using. My face when I laugh in her face. My face when I'm actually on steroids. Yeah, it really sounds made up. The only thing I heard about is people canceling their premium subscription rather than discontinuing its use. Not only that, but those idiots are literally not harming YouTube. A smarter play would be to get a premium family subscription from India or Argentina. YouTube pays the same rate per song played in YouTube Music Premium, 0.8 of a cent. I pay less than $2 a month for my family subscription and have 2 devices streaming my liked music playlist on repeat 24/7. Then I listen to at least 6 hours of music per day and handed out the family memberships to friends that listen to music every waking moment. Ignoring the friends entirely. My account streams 54 hours of music every 24 hours. Presuming 3 minutes per song, that's 1,080 songs per day. YouTube will pay $8.64 in royalties per day, or $259 a month, off a family subscription that I pay $1.75 per month for. Very nice. No wonder YouTube's so freaking... YouTube Premium is so expensive. If they have to pay that much in royalties... So this dude is making YouTube lose $250 a month. Install first person shooter. Shoot the first person I see. Close the game. That's what it do be. But in Minecraft. I gotta say in Minecraft. My dad joined a foot fetish group on Facebook and it shows up he did for all his contacts, including me. Should I tell him? It's hilarious. Why would you use Facebook for your fetishes, you idiot? He's asserted his dominance Chad move. God, I need some more food. Holy crap. I'm feeling so weak right now. I'm gonna try to find some food, guys. I'll be right back. I'll put on a YouTube video for y'all. Where's my... Here it is. Oh. The song ended. There's another donkey video.
It should.
Here you go, guys. I'll even turn on the autoplay for y'all. Oh, wait, no. Dang it. Give me more of these videos.
What about?
Just, I don't know. Here, you guys can watch the video on Dreams. Alright. Be right back, y'all.
Idea. The idea could be anything. It could be...
This is the plan. Let's steal the moon.
Hey guys, here I am with the Dreams game. It pretty much has every game in one, so you pretty much don't have to buy any video games anymore.
You can get lost for hours exploring, journeying through the imaginations of thousands of PS4 gamers.
Welcome to my Spider-Man gameplay showcase. Here I'll be showing you the basics of my wall crawling and web slinging.
Okay.
Then I'll show you my Electro gameplay. You see that arrow up there?
No.
Climb up with the
Oh, there
climb
it
up
is.
the wall with L1
L1 to climb. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the-
Oh, okay. That works pretty cool right there.
to see that you know basic instructions. Now for the web slinging. Use
Use what?
R1 to web sling.
R1 to web sling. Here we go. Yeah, and dead. All right.
Welcome to my Electro gameplay showcase.
Oh, this is nice. I'm liking Electro more than Spider-Man. I like the mechanics on him more. That was a pretty good game. What else they got on here?
Lose yourself in the kaleidoscope of games, animations, music videos, and all sorts of worlds and experiences made by dreamers just like you.
Oh shit! Somebody made Gex? Oh, they got the jumping mechanics just right. Look at the jump.
3 more and I have the whole set.
He says the same jokes as Gex. Airplane? What for? Right? That's Gex says that. No way. They programmed the triple jump in, but can he do the backflip? Now that's the real test.
Yeah.
Kinda. No way. Mario, go in the paint. Huh? Mario, hope you like the redesign. It looks so much better than it did in 1996. Anyways, I hope you remember how to get into levels. Just jump into a painting and you'll magically get sent to another world. Warning, there is no levels yet, so if you jump into a painting, nothing will happen. Yeah? What about this level, huh? Ice Mountain. You didn't. This is the new Animal Crossing. You have to cross the street as the fox to win the game.
Everything you see here today is on PlayStation 4 with no pre-made assets. The game looks like a moving painting. It's beautiful and it leaves room for your imagination.
Yoshi dies. Okay, I'll play this. What? Why did the music stop? It may have taken the better part of a decade to make, but the arrival of Dreams feels significant. It represents a whole new way for people to make things and share them with the world. Media Molecule has made a suite of tools that feel intuitive to use, but more than that, it's built a social platform where players can collaborate and explore the imagination of others. It's a technical marvel.
This is a nightmare. My car's parked all the way over at the other side of Witchy Woods.
Fuck! I'll get you through. I'll get you through the woods. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh no! Oh, okay,
This is a...
Yeah. Let's try this again. I can do it this time. There's the wish. Go. Oh, God. Go. Go. No. Go. Oh, God. Oh my God. Hey, I win. You stupid witch.
The barrier's down, so I'll just need to cut back through the woods.
Airplane? What for? I have the car now. I can just cut the trees.
Yeah, get her done.
There.
Hey,
I made it. The man is safe. Sony Hawk is in this? The Dreams game is like a large monkey. Sony has done it again with Sony Hawk's Pro Skater inside of Dreams. Watch out for Chad Musket. He will shoot you and ruin your combo if you drop the ball. They finally did it. They finally put in Pickle Rick.
Yoshi.
That's Yoshi apparently. Okay. Who am I fighting? Oh, okay. All right, Bowser. You wanna go? Who does this? Pixar or DreamWorks?
Where Donkey?
Looks more like Pixar level. There he is.
Help Furry.
Don't worry, Donkey. I'll save you. I've mastered this game. Ah. All these years of playing Soul Calibur finally paying off. Fuck you, you furry in a big shoe. Whoa, that's a nice menu. Wow, this is pretty advanced. They got like the dash. They got like all these different moves in this. No way. Oh wow, this is kind of crazy. How did they make this so good? It's like I don't know, it's like a huge level too. Okay, now it's breaking. Now it's glitching out. I don't know if that's because of Dreams though, or if it's because they just wanted to be like Sonic.
What do you think you're doing?
Shut up, Sonic. Death Stranding. No way. No, you can't do Death Stranding. No way. They did it. They did it This is better than the real thing. But still, for my money, I say play Elephant Stranding instead, because he has all the same technology in that game, but you play as the elephant and you carry the Monster Energy drink up the big mountain. It's a real game. I'm not making it up. We're back with the classics, Crash Bandicoot, baby. We're finally. Oh my god, this is taking me back. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is Mrs. Bangle loves bread? This looks good.
Oh, bread! Bread! Oh, yay! Bread! Bread! Oh, bread!
Shut up.
Bread!
Shut the fuck up.
Bread! Yum, 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 bread!
Oh, there's more outside. Oh.
Bread! Bread! Oh, more bread! Yay, more bread! Bread!
Oh boy, the Animal Crossing review.
I think in all my years of talking about video games, the thing I tend to come down on the hardest is when games take shallow gameplay and stretch it very thin over a lengthy duration. Many games, good and bad, are guilty of this. Death Stranding, Skyrim, Shenmue, Red Dead, Final Fantasy, Pokemon, and Animal Crossing. These are 60+ hour games that can be mastered in the first 2 hours of playing. The difference is, if I talk shit about Animal Crossing, Leah will shoot me.
Leah is his wife.
Animal Cross is very upfront about what type of game it is. You build a bridge for animals to go across. It's right there in the title. Unlike every game I listed, there is no combat. There is no dramatic high-stakes story because Animal Cross is very cool and relaxed. Most games you're blowing up dragons with a rocket launcher. Here, I'm fishing. Other game, you're shooting machine guns at Tony Hawk's spaceship. Here, I'm popping a balloon with slingshot. It isn't the first ever game to feature slower, more tranquil pacing, but it does commit to this idea much further than other games are willing to, often making you wait real-time days, weeks, or months even for things to transpire. With an ultra-slow burning time sink like this, it's important to gain trust from the player, faith that their patience will be rewarded and not just completely pissed on like in an MMO. The genius of Animal Cross is in its sense of progression. It has a very visual way of showing you how far you've come. When you first start off, your island is pretty barren. Little river, some trees, and only a couple of animals scattered around the map. You sleep in this dinky tent with a crappy radio that sounds like a car ran over it, no electricity, no running water. This place is a total shithole. But you come back the next day, and what's this? Oh, now you got a new tool. You got some new items in the store. You got a couple quests that give you bonus money. It's very devious in its ability to keep you coming back. Slowly, your island becomes populated with more and more wacky villagers as you landscape the town and decorate it with your treasure chest of items. Check out my man cave room. This is where Godzilla goes. Now this is my bathroom. This where you go pee-pee. This is the main hall. This is where I come up with all my incredible ideas for videos. I'm thinking about doing a funny Cheeto video. The animals are cartoony and expressive, except for Tortimer, but the furniture is realistic, kind of reminiscent of Pikmin's art style. Now, Grizz, you're gonna like this. This is actually the typewriter from The Shining.
I'd rather have soccer ball.
This is a collectathon on a massive scale. The more stuff you get, the cooler you are. You gotta get all the fish, all the bugs, all the fossils, all the items. Only then will they respect you. Save me. Somebody save me. No, 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 no. Oh, gotcha. The drum machine sound of the older games is gone, but their funky offbeat spirit lives on. You even have 2 remix soundtracks for when it rains or snows. Shh. Every part of the game has this laid-back attitude, except when you start going for the rare fish. This is where Animal Cross turns into the Neo 2 Hitler's Hell expansion pack. Come on, tune. Give me a tune. Whoa, sea bass. I didn't know they had sea bass in this game. We'll put them right there. One day at 4 p.m. I decided that I wanted to catch the stringfish, so I walk around his spawn for about 20 minutes until I see an abnormally large shadow of a fish. And he's gone. But then I get another chance. About an hour later, that's when I realized I'm hitting the button too slow. Now I'm too fast. A new challenger appears. I'm getting angry. 6:25. I am wanting to unlock the gun tool now. 7:40. The stringfish, I hate him.
Rebecca's.
8:13. I hand the controller to Leah. How the fuck? If there's one obvious thing missing from Animal Cross, it's the ability to craft more than one thing at a time. And also mini-games. I feel like this is the perfect type of game to cram a bunch of mini-games into. If you do good, you get prizes or bells. Come on, that would be cool.
Way to go, man. Nah, I'm not that good.
Blathers is obviously the greatest character. He's my favorite because not only does he hate bugs, but whenever you bring him something new for the museum, he gives you this funny little rundown. But let's not forget Coach and Roll. All they do is talk about protein shakes and getting ripped, yet every time I see them, they are sitting under a tree eating a sandwich. Like, watch, let's go talk to Roll. Yeah, I'm a war hero. No, you aren't. You're like 4 years old. Animal Crossing is a bizarre game to rate because you can't experience everything it has to offer in a couple weeks of playing. Still, I think it's safe to say this will go down as one of Nintendo's best games of the Switch era. I give it a 4. I mean a 5 out of 5.
No, not an entire trash taste episode. Why would they recommend that? I guess have my food. Bam. I made a pot pie for myself, I guess. You're supposed to eat this with a spork. Blockbuster, no copyright, lo-fi hip-hop chill mix. Why is it named Blockbuster? Look at this video. Why is it specifically Blockbuster? Like, did Blockbuster play music in their lobby?
That's the million-year door. Now walking out, that's Princess Peach from Mario. How good to see you. Answer me this. Shouldn't the Mushroom Kingdom unfold and be refolded unto glory? Yes, I believe that. And what of those toads? Shouldn't they be silenced for all of eternity? Yes. Found Bowser. I'm saving him. When you're ready, press trigger to throw some confetti. You don't have to do sound effects, but I think they're kind of fun. I did it. I died. Maybe you can help me get my head unstuck. I got just a plan. This is actually the same plan I used to save Bowser's life. Come on, what do I get? What do I get? I won Birdo. I won Birdo. Do you guys know that Birdo talks?
This is as far as you go.
There's gonna be a big prize in this one. Don't laugh. Give me this. Give me this prize. Yes! Whoa, 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 what is this? What is this prize? The shriveled seed! Oh my god, this thing is so powerful. You guys don't even know. This thing is so good. Huh? What's happening? Is this Mario? I found a toad. Got him. Thanks, Mario. I've been in there for a long time. And you know what tents don't have, right? Bathrooms. There's no bathroom out here either. I killed the music. Fixed. Fixed it. How do I fix? Do we me back so tea? Oh, mommy? Toad in the water. I knew it.
Thank you. Thank you for saving.
You're welcome. That heathen is trying to steal the jewel. I see him. Oh, we'd go try to stop him, but we're Koopa Troopers. What are we gonna do? Walk into him slowly? That's messed up. Who writes this game? Insects are people too. Please be kind. Nope. Don't be stupid, game. Die! Die! Stupid ass thing. I hate bugs. Wait, they actually are people. Toads are buried here. I'll save you. Oh my god. I ripped his head off. Oh no. Found the toad. Don't rip his head off this time. Stupid guy. What the fuck? Stop. Don't do that. Stop. Fuck you. Give me that ball. Whoa, 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 whoa. You have to fight colored pencils as a boss? It's a good thing I played the other game where you fight a snake as a boss. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna grab those colored pencils. We're gonna beat the fucking devil out of them. We're gonna beat the fucking chill. I'm actually drawing a photo of Yoshi. I have to color in the nose now.
And if you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part of this whole technique.
This will make the Yoshi appear more lifelike. You were better when you were a side-scroller, man. I'm dead.
And that's where you take all your hostilities and frustrations and a lot of fun.
What do you say, Mario? Want to fax travel? Oh, I get it. A genius makes this game. I unlocked a new character, the Bob-omb Bobby. He's my best friend. He's a really nice guy, and he lost his memory, so I gotta help him out. He's actually a really cool and funny guy once you've actually played the game and you can see it. Bobby got knocked off of the bridge and he's dead now. Now wait a minute. He's alive. You saved me. Bobby, run. Go. Go. Oh no. Bobby. He's dead. He's not dead. He's in a tree. I saved you. There he goes again. Don't worry, Bobby. I'll save you on the 7th time. Bump section. Here we go. A can of tuna thrown by a monkey. I just spent all my skill points to upgrade my weapon here. Opened can of tuna. This is the most powerful item in the game. The Winston 3 helmet is the most powerful item in the game. John, my boy! John, we gotta rob Tahiti, John! You can't change Color Splash, John. You can't change what's coming. I'm dead. I found a secret cafe door. Hey, barista, hit me with another. Is this gonna be enough? Oh my god, it's Snake! Die! I kind of like being Snake. Step right up. You can win 10,000 coins. Oh my god, 10,000 coins. If I had 10,000 coins, I could just beat the game right now. The rules are simple. You must simply guess my mood. Well, ain't it obvious? I mean, look at the face. He's clearly sad. He's very sad right now. Final answer. Lock it in. Come on, baby. He's sad. Look at it. You bastard! You liar! He's a bastard liar! I got it this time, though. Sad. Sad. He's the face is slightly altered, but he's still sad, actually. Final answer. Come on. Cheater bastard! He's lying! Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, mamma mia! I'm sad.
This is bullshit.
He is sad. This is what every Bob-omb hopes for. Big M, I had so much fun traveling with you. It's been a blast. Thanks for the fuse best button. Thank you, Mario, for everything. What's happening? What? What the fuck? He dies? What the? The Bob-omb dies? What? In Mario? Who the fuck makes this game?
Huey. Ah, Kiwi. 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 Ah, I'm feeling better. Aren't you feeling better, Kiwi? Aren't you? Ah, Kiwi, remember what happened last time you did that? Kiwi, stop. Stop. Kiwi, no, stop it. Oh, I gotta take my headphones off. I think I might have low blood sugar. Kiwi. That's what I get for eating healthy. Isn't that right, Kiwi? Isn't that right, Kiwi? Isn't that right, Kiwi? Isn't that right, Kiwi? Kiwi. Don't bite me. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, look at her. Look at her. Kiwi. Kiwi, what's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Oh. She's starting to purr. What are you looking at, Kiwi? Oh, no, not my dirty dish. Kiwi, there's nothing there for you. Yeah, she's purring. I'm not even doing anything with her. She just likes my presence. Kiwi. 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 Oh, what's that? Oh. Oh my god. I haven't done anything on my essay. Fuck. It's been 6 hours. Oh my god. I haven't gotten anything done. Fuck it, I just gotta do it. I just gotta write stuff down, whatever. Just gotta do it. I'm sweating. Give me a second, guys. I gotta change shirts. This shirt's a lot cooler. Jibuwo Sakai Samukai Dashimai Sona Shukao Kanjiyui. Alright, let's see here. My essay. In a movement called the Great Depression, the Great Resignation, people all across America have been quitting their jobs. Since the pandemic started, these people have become fed up with poor working conditions at work. Um, inadequate job compensation, poor company management, and a lack of flexibility all contribute to inadequate job compensation, poor company management, and a lack of flexibility all contribute to dissatisfied employees who have opted to quit their jobs. Companies need to address these issues and fix them if they expect to retain their employees in the long term. What do you mean, but why? To maintain employee retention through the Great Depression, companies need to provide significantly better working conditions workers are quitting their jobs due to because of these bad working conditions. Workers are quitting their jobs because of these bad working conditions. So to maintain employee retention through the Great Resignation, companies need to provide significantly better working conditions to their employees. I think that's a solid thesis statement. So now I need to do my research. My research basically boils down to finding... Oh, this isn't it. Shouldn't grab that yet. PlayStation, your order has been shipped. Following items of your order have been shipped. The PlayStation. Okay. Wow, I'm gonna get it tomorrow? Alright. There's no way I'm getting it tomorrow. Okay, I need to list my PlayStation on auction then. I better do that now. At least I finished my introduction, okay? I finished my introduction. So if I turn the paper as is, then I'll get an F on it, but at least I'll get some points. I want one of these anti-dust things. When is it gonna arrive? Between Tuesday and Thursday, okay. Are there any reviews for this product? Anyway. Apparently my PlayStation arrives tomorrow, so whatever. Should I buy this? They have they have one of these boys. They have this like protective casing, so you put it over your PlayStation, and it fits. So it like covers it up or whatever. Thinking about getting this, to be honest. I'm gonna start streaming on the PlayStation probably the end of next week. So yeah, I'll be streaming during then, and then I'll probably be staying primarily on PlayStation from then on out. I will get on the computer once in a while to stream on there in case I want to stream the Switch or Steam game or something, but starting next week it's probably going to be mostly PlayStation streaming. So I'm not really researching this that much. I do like the black look of it though. Oh yeah, you know, these two women are definitely playing PlayStation, yeah. This is definitely like an advertisement that Sony made, and then they just photoshopped this PlayStation into the ad. Yeah, because I'm really gonna be playing PS5 on a dinky monitor like that. Okay, anyway, I gotta create an auction. So let's go sell. List an item. I'm selling a PS5. Yep, PS5 console, the disc version. Do I really want to offer free shipping? with 2 games, $750. Free shipping. This one's selling for $600, but the guy doesn't have to pay for shipping. This one is selling for. This one's selling for a lot. I'll just put shipping as a whatever. Sony PS5 Blu-ray. Okay. Brand new. Okay. It is new. What auction is being successful? Sony PS5 Blu-ray edition, disc edition. I'm basically just gonna copy this. Sony PS5 Blu-ray edition, disc edition console. Item in hand. Ships next day. Yep. Perfect. Is this only 10 pounds? Whoa, wait a second. Is this only 10 pounds, really? That feels a lot heavier than 10 pounds, to be honest. £14. Add photos. Okay, I'm gonna actually have to take photos of this, so I'm gonna disconnect my webcam program while I do that. God, I gotta clear off my desk here. This is actually a little more important than my essay, because I gotta make sure this gets out tonight. Okay. Cyberpunk is the way that you make me feel tonight. Wait, how long is the auction? gonna be. You copy the successful. What the frick? I don't understand. Oh, 7-day auction. Okay, here it is. Auction is going to start at $4.99. More options. Do not allow offers. Does this successful auction do offers? Nope, they don't. Okay. Choose duration, 3 days. Okay. What's the starting bid for this? 518. What the hell? Okay. What are the dimensions of the freaking... f 15.4 by 4.1 by 10.2. Weighing in well over 10 pounds is... What? Here's the exact size of the entire PS5 retail box. Okay. 18.5 by 7 by No, it's fucking not. What the? That is, those are not the dimensions. It's a plain box with regular shipping labels. An empty box, really? Doesn't work here. Okay, I'll just leave those dimensions. Sure, that weight, whatever. This auction. Stop redirecting me, you stupid website. I don't care that bidding's ended. I don't know what it went for. $7.76 plus shipping. What kind of shipping? Expiated shipping, US priority mail. Okay. So that's what I'm using. Got the shipping, got that. Now I need to upload photos, so I'm gonna actually need to take the photos. Actually making pretty good time. To clear this off. Simple and clean as touch, you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let go. Be right back, guys. I need a piece of paper. Alright guys, I'm back. Just taking pictures of my PlayStation here. I need to email this to myself. Can't show the email. Compose to myself. PS5. Okay, hopefully these don't all get compressed. You walk away, you don't hear me say, oh baby, I know it's simple, the way that you're making me feel tonight, it's hard to let it go. Okay. Download. Can I actually open up images? Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, I can't scroll through images for some insane reason on this computer. Okay, cool. I'm gonna upload these three then. Do this. Now go back to sell. Wait. It's not that great lit of a thing. This is the main photo. This is the back image. And brand new. I am exactly mimicking this eBay auction that I just saw succeed. Copying the title, item in hand, ships next day. Duration 3 days. Shipping like that is $5.58 right now. I think everything is good. Sony PS5 disc version. Item in hand and ready to ship. My images are a little dark because it's dark over here on this side of the room. Okay, let's list it. I'm like 100% that my thing has shipped. It says it should arrive tomorrow. Awaiting carrier pickup. Okay. Let's post my auction. Cool. Okay. View listing. Alright, so guys, if you want a PS5, buy from me. brand new Sony PS5 disc version. Item is in hand and ready to ship. Okay, well if he had success with this auction, then I should have success. My thing is ending at this time Sunday night. Yeah, Sunday at 6 p.m. Okay, cool. So that should sell. I'm at least getting my money back for it. I'm not afraid of that. It's just I want as much profit as possible. This dude sold his for $776 plus shipping. So that means he made about a $250 profit off of this item. That's kind of what I'm looking for, because that's about half the cost that I paid for my other one, so I'm getting that money back. Let's see here. To be honest, I'll probably just use the box that my current one came in. Alright, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I am gonna get off stream right now. What do you mean enter a valid order number, you cuck? Why am I signed out of my account? Why do they always sign me out of my account? What the frick? My orders. Here we go. Shipped. Okay. Where? There we go. Not enough memory. How much memory am I using up? 9 gigs. Come on, Dex. Come on, guys. Have dash cams up. Lo-fi. Alright. Guys, that's gonna do it for me. I put up my thing on auction, and that should end Sunday night. That'll be exciting. See how far up that price goes. I should make at least a $200 profit, honestly. I should make at least $200 off of that. So hopefully, yeah. So I'm going to try to get the rest of my essay done tonight. No distractions, no fooling around. I am going to get as far as on my essay as I can. And then I won't turn it in. I'm going to have my mom proofread it tomorrow after she gets home from work. Make sure that it makes sense and stuff. I'm just gonna BS it. I don't really know or whatever, but yeah, I mean, I only have 3 days left to finish it, to be honest. Because when my eBay auction ends, that's about when the research paper is due. So the introduction that I have right now is will get me a little bit of points. I'll be able to get like a quarter of the points for this essay, but obviously I'm not going to stop there. I'm going to actually go do some research and whatnot. So, but anyway, yeah, I can't believe I'm kind of disappointed in myself that I didn't do anything today. God, doing stuff during the day is really difficult. It's either I got to do it like really early in the morning, so like at the very start of the stream, or I'm going to lose focus. And I lost focus because I actually read my teacher's comments on my proposal, on my research topic proposal, and which I didn't know before. And I was confused with that, and then I was like, oh, I don't want to do this essay, and we ended up browsing Reddit for the rest of the time. So I do apologize if this was kind of a boring stream, guys. For the most part, I was just kind of sitting through here and, you know, this and that. I was just sitting here staring at the paper, not wanting to do it, whatever. I have a bad habit of procrastination, so I'm really like, just, ugh. I gotta get this shit done. I'm almost done, or I'm almost done with this school year. Once I finish, this is the big thing. I do have a couple more assignments, but this is the big thing. Once I finish this, then it's gonna be smooth sailing. And then, like I said, by the end of next week, college is gonna be over. So I am gonna do another semester next semester, but I'm still taking what's it called, gen ed requirements. So that's just the typical whatever I need. So I'll do like communication and something else. I don't want to do English a second time. I don't want to do English twice in a row, so I won't do that next quarter. I'll do that probably the quarter after or something like that. But yeah, yeah, I mean, I have kind of a little bit on my plate, so I'm trying to get through it. But yeah, guys, that's gonna do it for me. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Center. Take care, everyone. Hope you all had a good day today. I hope you all have a great night tonight. Good sleep. Get your sleep. Always get your sleep. Gotta get our sleep here. So that's the hardest part about living, is eating 3 times a day and sleeping your 8 hours. That's definitely, or sleeping enough, I guess. Those are definitely the 2 hardest things to do. Wow, I got like 13 messages from Vask Tech. What the frick? Why do people do this? What? I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that accomplishes. But yeah, anyway. Guys, that's going to do it for me. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. I don't really know if that's possible to have enjoyed this stream, to be honest, but, you know, whatever. I did rant about a couple things, as I always do. But yeah. And then tomorrow, hopefully we'll actually do something a little meaningful. But yeah, that's going to do it for me. I got to make dinner, guys, and do all that. And then tonight's going to be essay mode. So, yeah. Good night, everybody. Sayonara. Take care. Take care, everyone. Have a good night. Bye. Bye. Let's got that eBay auction up. That's what I wanted to do today. Good night, everyone. Take care. Until next time. Peace.